Hello, and welcome to EvilGinger Miniatures, where I'm going to be doing a 24-hour live stream starting now. The format is basically ask me anything, so feel free to pop in the chat and ask me anything. I've just realised I've got to adjust some of the lighting, so just bear with me a minute while I do that. It means I'm now sitting in a darkened office, but it does mean that it feels a damn sight less hot in here because it's currently well into the 20s, which in the UK is a lot hotter than it is elsewhere in the world. You might hear there's a Dirty Great Tower fan going off over there. There's also a fan going off over there, and there would have been another one had I remembered to get one. And that would have been sitting in the doorway, just basically circulating air out of the room, because the way to get out of the air out of here is through there. The window behind that curtain I can't open at the moment because the window's falling to bits, and I don't want the glass to fall out. Big window's now shut, and the little window needs the whole thing needs replacing. But I don't really want to harass people to do that because this is part of where I work, and it's a blasted nuisance, and it's not as if it's less hot all of the time, I hope. Anyway, this is the office, and this is where I spend a lot of my time. Laptop is over there, which is the actual working computer. This one just generally gets used for filming and video editing, such as I managed to do it. I'm doing this directly through YouTube because I had a horrendous fight with OBS, which is my normal filming software, trying to set up streaming through it. Because in theory, you can actually stream through OBS, and given that I've got cameras and scenes set up, this would have been really useful because I could have flipped between the cameras like I do in my normal things, and I could have had a sign saying on break and that sort of thing. However, OBS didn't like my login for YouTube, and after a couple of hours of sitting in this oven-like office fighting OBS and cutting and pasting things, I think the issue might have been that he didn't like it being cut and paste. But web keys are really long and complicated and hard to type, even if you're not dyslexic. So I'm now doing it directly. I will find out what the problem was and get it fixed, but it isn't going to be something I could have done over a couple of days, especially when I was trying to get as much work as humanly possible done before this. This is one of the things that will be working on later. It's an early version of a Panzer IV, when the Panzer IV was a support tank with a short-barreled artillery piece, effectively, rather than the tank. This one is a 3D print, and I've been slowly painting it. Sprayed it first thing this morning, and then went over the bits I've missed with the brush, and now I'm just painting it Panzer Grey, which isn't actually Panzer Grey. It's a colour called Stormy Grey from Reaper, which is a pretty good mix. It's not exactly the colour, but then again, this is going to be weathered and washed and things, so the colour it is now isn't going to be the colour it's going to end up. So mostly what I need to do on that is paint the bottom, and then work my way through the tracks and that sort of thing. But that is something I'm going to be doing later when I've finished chatting. Other than that, I've got lots of stuff off over there. I've got the dragon I'm working on. I've got an enormous order of Reaper paints coming, which is in part to get the colours to finish the dragon, and a sepia wash to blend the wings in together. And then I'm going to start faffing around. I've got this little Stuart to fix, finish fixing up the tracks, sort of carving them a little bit so they look proper. Again, this is a 3D print, but it was a misprint on the tracks, and I'd fixed them. It was all printed as a one-piece thing, so you couldn't just reprint the tracks. So a sweet little tank, and I shall be putting track detail on those in due course. Probably not during this live stream because I need better lighting. I need all the lights on, and I need proper glasses on, and I need to be peering. But base coating of Panzer is something I can do. I've got loads of other stuff done, which you will be seeing if you look at the Facebook page that goes with this channel. And I've even got some of it coming up on YouTube post tab, but not absolutely everything. So, ask me anything. In fact, you're going to have to ask me questions because I've got to be awake for 24 hours. And I'm probably going to be slightly disturbed by the people who should have delivered people I missed delivering the green paint for for a load of Russian stuff, which is currently sitting down there waiting for spraying. Should have come this afternoon. Unfortunately, I was up all night because of the heat and getting prepped for this, and I thought I'd have a nap, and I set my alarm for a time before I was likely to have a delivery, and I woke up at about 20-30 minutes after the delivery had been attempted, and I'd slept through the alarm, which was particularly clever of me, but it's always a risk when I get really, really overtired. I just turn off and, don't wake up. And it's, as I say, particularly unpleasantly hot. It's claiming to be late in the 20s. It's probably a couple of degrees hotter than that in the office, which is why I want the continual airflow. So, and I'm still drinking coffee because, again, it's electrolytes. And as I say, if your electrolyte balance goes, you go tappy, and I'm already tappy, so I don't need that doesn't need to get any worse. I hope you're all hearing this because normally with OBS I've got a little thing telling me I'm hearing it. You can hear me, but normally I play it back anyway. But obviously, being a live stream, I can't do that. So I am going to be sitting here in the dark and hoping it gets cooler. And probably faffing around with that tank. So I need to paint the bottom of it. Take the turret off. And all I'm going to be doing is painting that bit, this grey colour. That's black primer, which I use to touch up the bits that are never... Cloudy grey is the highlight, but the colour we want is called stormy grey. It's a good shake. And I need to unblock the it's probably too big, so I will cheat and I'll just tip this out onto a palette. I really don't like dropper bottles. They're a pain in the proverbial, and you waste a lot of paint because they leak. And so I'm just putting a coat of this on. And it's not exactly the colour, but it will be once it's all dried. And of course the tracks will be painted a different colour. I normally use a colour called walnut brown, and I've always used a dark brown on them because between the muck and the mud and the stuff, they go brown. You see, just done that. I'm just going over the thing and making sure I've not missed any bits. And this tank's slightly misprinted because if you look at this side of the vehicle, there's no wheel detail. It looks like they've got covers on them. On this side of the tank, you can actually see the normal wheel detail. So yeah, I think again this one would have been one that would have benefited from separate track printing. To say I didn't do it, so because I don't have a 3D printer, so everything I buy that's 3D printed is printed by someone else. And like the other models that I buy and paint, they are. I'm a critic, not a manufacturer. But that needs to go to one side to dry for a bit. Here's my bottle. Put the lid back on. There's a bit of a waste of paint, but there's not a lot you can do about that. Ideally, I'd have more than the one tank to do, because the majority of the tanks in the batch that I've got to do are Allied and what's it doing? Allied and Russian. Most of them are a green, so the plan was to spray them army paint and military green, which isn't exactly the right colour, but it's a good base to overpaint the darker colours. I mean, the Russian stuff is mostly deep bronze green related. The British stuff is similar. Again, both of them painted their vehicles deep bronze green like everybody else before they didn't use a camo pattern like the French and the Germans did into war. But it's a good the spray green is a good base for that, and working your way into the detail. And again, exact color matches are theoretical, because once you get out in the weather and you get out and wear and tear, and they will become different. I remember someone going around telling a story about going around at a tank museum and painting all of the vehicles of one side the proper official shade of color, and then coming back a couple of months later when they'd all been out in the weather at different amounts and driven around, and they're all subtly different shades of the same color. So this is why people get in Rivet County about colors are a bit. It's nice to have the right color, but real life changes them, especially paints and wear and tear and being covered in road dust and that sort of thing. And of course, the tracks would technically be metallic, would be with rubber pads on them sometimes, but there's a sort of rust that works really well, which is a really, really dark brown, a sort of a dirty rust color. And that's what I use, walnut brown, possibly with a little bit of dry brush of a lighter red brown. Oh, I did a terrible thing. I forgot. I went to the shop to make sure I had enough caffeine to keep me awake for 24 hours, and I forgot to get milk. So one of the breaks I'm going to be taking probably tomorrow morning will be to get more milk, because this is the last of it in this coffee. I'm fine with black coffee normally, but when I've just woken up, I need my milk. It has to be freshly squeezed cow, I'm afraid. I'm going to put my glasses on because I think we've got people hiding in the chat. We've got 2 lurkers and a like. So that's good. I mean, you don't have to stay here for 24 hours. In fact, you're welcome to pop in and come out and go and do that sort of thing. What else have I got on? Well, my big thing at the moment is Warhost, which you may have seen that I've either posted or scheduled an awful lot about. This is the Baron's War supplement, Fantasy Baron's War supplement, and if you have a look at my Patreon on the free tier, which is pretty much everything on there at the moment, I'm doing a pair of retinues for this, and I will be playing them. The only thing that's confusing me is the core Barons War Warbook, which you actually need to play this. He says, pointing to the sticker. I've got your second edition. Now, I'm not sure whether this is first or second edition, based on first or second edition. Obviously, it's a big fantasy, it's a variant, but it would be nice. I know Outremer is, which is the Crusades setting, tends to be a little bit more first edition than second, and certainly the Outremer units and armies are not on the new second edition creator, so I'm not sure on that score. And I'm just going to have a quick look at my laptop because I've seen something pop up and I think I might have to react to it. Should just appear over there because the laptop is off over here. And that is my mouse having a fight with the USB connector. No, it's got absolutely nothing to do with gaming, so yeah, that's fine. Because people will bug me about other things. And I'm on my personal account there, which not the business one, which I might need to change to the business one to save me getting bugged by things that are not work related, because I'm technically at work, you know. Well, there is one on the business one. Let's have a look and see what that is. This is appearing. It used to be long-sighted, so I could do this sort of thing really easily. Right, something I posted to War Games. I think Legion, and some very cool stuff that one of my painting group members have posted, which I would normally be commenting on because it's really cool, but I'd have to get the laptop in to type on it, and might not be doing that till you're all asleep and it's the middle of the night and stuff like that. To say, I'm prattling away because I've got 24 hours to fill with content, and I'm trying to fill it with content as much as possible and just be interesting. But as I say, Warhost, I decided that I was going to kit bash everything rather than use the official figures, mostly because the walls which I want to use aren't out, and all we've got at the moment that are official are the humans, which are built from Wargames Atlantic kit bashes, and a scatter of official character figures, and the elves. Now, I'm not a massive fan of wargaming elves. I'm a dwarf and I'm a dwarf loyalist when it comes to fantasy gaming. Indeed, I have sprayed primed it, but I have yet to go back over with the appropriate shade of the brush paint and fixed it to finish it and start painting it sitting in the sitting downstairs a army box. I want to get some more for it, but there's no point in getting more if I'm not going to actually paint it. I really ought to be painting it because people seem to like people painting workshop stuff. And then when I mentioned it, I got a lot more views and whatever have you than I normally do. But this is the whole point of this. That's not the point of this channel. The point of the channel is to show off everything else that's wargaming and not just Warhammer. You know, in games like Frostgrave, which are really popular and a lot of fun, and I need to play more of. Barons War, possibly Pillage, though I did have a look at the free rules for Pillage, and it had the same effect on me as Saga when I first read it, which is it looked very, very gamey and didn't feel like it was historical or anything. It was just there's more game than historical. You know, it wasn't like Dux Britannicum or many of the other Lardy sets that make you feel like you're in the period. Now, I probably judging that wrong because all I did was I downloaded the free Fall of Rome supplement, and beyond having a good read of that, I haven't actually played it. Again, I felt the same thing about Saga until I played it, and whilst it is not my absolute favourite game in the whole world, it is a decent game, and it has got more of a historical thing about it than I got from reading the rules the first time. See, I like fantasy games, but I like stuff with background and history and stuff like that. Again, that's why I like Lord of the Rings, the Lord of the Ring games, and that sort of thing. But I also like creating my own stuff. Because the other thing that I'm doing for Warhost is I've got a whole headcanon of world, which I will be basically modding Warhost to fit that background as well. I think it will do, having read it a bit, and so I can actually use it to play in that area. And so you get the Black Order fighting the Company of the Falcon, and you get the wars between with the Westlands, and you get the civil war in the Empire in the south, and the elves and their intervention to protect the group of halflings that live in the South continent, and the barbarian tribes that come over the pole after the fixing of the problem that I won't talk about because it's spoilers for the second or possibly the third novel I haven't written yet. But the Company of the Falcon versus the Black Order and the Black Order and the Western Kingdoms and slave raiders and stuff like that is potential stuff, potential gaming stuff. And as I say, I'm looking to be using Warhost for that. I'm modelling up my heroes. Talking of my heroes, is I'm getting even closer to actually playing these solo, because I finally got that's the entire adventuring party and the two Link boys with the torches. What else? What else I need? I don't need actually any people for going down the dungeons, but I probably need some a muleteer, some pack animals. So I've not got any flat surfaces in this office. You may have seen the pictures. If there's a flat surface, it's got stuff on it. And again, I need about a week off where I get things done. This is the whole point. You need to get things done, and work whilst I need to do it also gets away. So, and of course, we've also got my bigger scale fantasy game, which there's a hobgoblin army up there, which again which I'm building out of kit bashes of Oathmark and bits and pieces of Wargames Atlantic, because I might build some human slaves or human auxiliaries for them, and they'll be using the Dark Age Army Builder. And that sadly is the last of my coffee. I've got physical coffee downstairs, but it's going to be black from now on. I do have stocks of caffeine. This is the sugar-free stuff, but for when I get really, really tired, I've got a litre and a half bottle of that, and I've got another one of this vintage bottle in the fridge. In fact, I should have filled this up with water and put it in the fridge, just so that I can keep. Well, no, well, not the ones I was looking for earlier. Again, I clear the office. I spent about 2 or 3 days. I spent loads of time clearing it and shoving stuff down in the bin. And I got a delivery of stuff, and there's boxes and stuff everywhere. Um, so I can't win. I've also got lots of stuff I need to sort through in the workshop that needs to be got rid of and found other homes for. But I'm really glad that I got the grass that I needed, because it was getting to me and holding me up. And I've still got more grass on order, because I put in an order to Element Games, and I think, though I haven't checked, it's likely to be held up because it's missing something. So I'll give them a ring. I'll find out what it's missing on Monday, and possibly Tuesday after this stream. Thinking about it, and I'll find out what the problem is, and then I'll get that fixed. Um, and I can move on with that. I mean, I've got lots of dungeon floor plans to bring, and I've got a great pile of boxes that need chopping up. But again, I want to be sitting down in the workshop, uh, measuring squares of 10 mil squares of cardboard, and I need to get onto Ross to order some more doorways, because I think I've used all the ones he sent me before, and I've got some slight modifications to make them easier and quicker to fit. I've also got an order coming from War Bases with more bits and pieces, including some octagonal rooms, because the first place that my heroes are exploring is going to be an unusually abandoned dwarf hold. And the towers over the gate, rather than actually towers, are actually built into the cliff above the gate to the dwarf hold, are octagonal. They're more sort of shooting platforms, and our heroes will be investigated that when they get to a sufficient level, probably about fourth-ish, because I'm starting them as Hackmaster characters. I'm generating them as second level characters, the main heroes, and I'm generating the Link Boys as first level, as 0 level, which are sort of probably fighters or a fighter thief, and then I will be generating the camp guards and the sort of animal handlers as being first level in an appropriate class. So, but I've still got to build the animal handlers, and I've got to build the animals, using that as an excuse to get some Victrix stuff and do some kit bashing, which will be put pack saddles on them, because the Victrix horses and mules obviously come as farm animals, so they don't actually have any harness. So I can sculpt that on, and I can put the pack saddles on, and I might even just buy pack saddles, say from Essex, who do some really nice pack saddles, or I'll just build something out of Victrix bits and pieces. I haven't decided yet. This is the whole point about kit bashing, is that that's the addiction of it, and you just get to have a think and see if that'll fit, and that sort of thing. And there's a few other bits and pieces I need to do for that. Some settings like any inn, and some woodlandy stuff, and I need to get a lot of some big bases to do. Some scenic bases so I can lay out scenes on it, and I can actually use those for photographing stuff with a John Hodgson background and some foreground stuff and a little bit of background, things like hedges and trees. So it's all got things to do. But again, regardless of the stupid hours I work, this is seems to be not enough. So if anybody could arrange for there to be full days between days, it would be greatly appreciated, because I really, really, really could do with a 10-day week, so I can have 3 days extra work where we don't get bugged. But then again, like space, I'm pretty sure, like Space in Spirit in the old days, I'm pretty sure if I got more, it'd fill up, and then I'd want even more after that. So I don't think there's a great deal of winning involved. Just faffing around with the posting page to see how it's going. because one of the things that I have to do is to do a certain number of posts a week, and at the moment it's pushing 100 um, on Facebook, and that's a bit of effort to do. And I like to start the week by getting a lot done. So the first couple of days I'm at it like a maniac. So one of the things I'll be doing during breaks is I will be making sure I've got pictures posted and I can keep the content going there. And while I'm on the stream, I'll also be painting stuff. I mean, that's one of the things I want to be painting. I also want to be assembling some ships because when I've got some 1/600 ships floating around. I'll just take some to explain that I'm on a live stream. Again, these will go up on, but 1/600 ships, and I've still got to work out how to rig this properly because I gave up on the 1200s, but I've got to do the rack lines on that and a few other bits and pieces. I can't. I think there's another one got to go down both sides of that mast, and possibly, but that's a sloop. I've got some other ships sitting waiting to be done, and of course I've got to tidy up that bits that stuck out. And I'm contemplating using strip, using rod to do some of the rigging because it would be easier to paint cut to length, and just pop in. But that's a sloop, and I've got 3 other ships to do: 2 brigs and a 5th-rate frigate. But again, I've got to faff around with those because they need some work. Mostly drilling out the bowsprit hole, which is slightly too small to fit the bowsprit through, and also they need the bases, which should be on the way from all bases. In fact, I should have them here, but it's one of the things I do is I lose stuff. It's really, really, really irksome when I lose stuff, and it costs me a fortune because I have to reorder it, and generally it reappears. Indeed, I found the ship bases that I originally ordered, which were MDF, 2mm thick MDF, when I was looking for the replacements for them, which were 1.5 plywood, which I think look a lot better because they're lower profile. But I don't feel I can mix them because it would just offend knowing that they're wrong. So somewhere about I've got 3 1.5 plywood ones, and I've also got another 4, possibly 8 on order. I like the plywood ones because they are less likely to warp than the MDF, and you can obviously have them more delicate and thinner. Oh, we've got 4 people watching. Hello, people. You can actually talk to me in the chat if you want. Otherwise, you're just going to get stream consciousness back down to 3. But yeah, I'll be here for quite a time. So thank you for saying hi, whoever you were. So what else have we got? Dragon. Now this I'm really pleased with. It's nowhere near done yet, though the wings are the most advanced thing. And this irregular base that it's on is just basically so I have something to handle when I'm painting it. And because I find a base is probably the best painting handle. Basically, all I've done is I've blocked in the red. There's a couple of shades of red. I've suggested the highlights with the brighter shade of red that I've got, but I've pretty much done the wings. Wings at the sail down the spine needs a sepia wash. Now I would normally use Army Painter lightest tone for that, just to blend everything in. But the idea is for this is to be all Reaper, and so I have ordered some Reaper sepia brown wash, and I will use that in as far as possible the same way we would do the Army Painter stuff. to darken the bits that are underneath. And I've got lots of red browns, and I've got loads of reds and some nice oranges to add to the oranges I've already got. But I've only got two actual reds, quite bright blood red and a sort of a deep red. As I say, this is all pretty much blocked in. I now need to start detailing it all up, and I also need to decide what I'm going to do with the base for this, because I ordered some bases from Sarissa, because the ones I got from because I couldn't get one. I thought I couldn't get one big enough for what I wanted from War Bases, because their biggest base is 120 millimeters, and this probably needs to be more like 150. So I've got some enormous Games Workshop style sort of oval bases, but I'm now having two minds about it, because the base would be enormous compared with the dragon. So I want something bigger than this thing, which I think is probably 100 mil square, and I'll blend that in so that it looks like a dragon in a high place. I might get another one of these, so we get a step, and I need some ruins that I can build into the stuff, and probably, yeah, probably something like 150, 180 mil thick base. But I say I'll get it painted, because this is plenty big enough to do what I want to do with it at the moment. And that is the Evil Ginger Dragon Mark II. And at some point, they should actually get involved in games, because the other thing I'm not sure about is it's got a tendency to want to go forward. Now, at one point, I thought I was going to have to pin it through the tail, but I'm not sure now. But I might want to pull the tail back somehow. But again, I'm not sure how to do it. I rather like it freestanding, but I couldn't think of a way to put a pin in there. So I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to speed dry it on a story sheet like I did the other one, because that will guarantee it face plants forwards. If you have a look on the Etsy shop, which again is having a refresh at some point in the near future, because I'm going to put a load of these dragons painted on it. Not this one, but other ones. Because I like painting these. They look really, really impressive, and they're a lot of fun to do, and they're huge. Because if you look at them compared with, this is a standard 28 mil figure, one of my Baron's War ones that I'm working on. You see, he looks enormous. And even if you take a Victrix one, which is, say, like the Our Heroes Ranger, I mean, it still looks pretty flipping impressive by comparison. And Victrix is quite large as 28 mil figures go. But I've also got other plans involving Reaper stuff, which are yet to come to fruition. My big problem at the moment with Reaper is that they've got a European and an American warehouse. Obviously, they're an American company, and the European warehouse is currently very out of stock of a lot of things, and it really isn't cost effective to drag stuff across the Atlantic. It gets extraordinarily expensive when it's £100 odd on top of whatever you ordered. Plus, you will definitely get cropped for VAT. Whilst I'm VAT registered, it is a pain in the neck, because you have to pay the VAT to get stuff released from customs and then claim it back. You know, and it makes it a little bit marginal. and they're not stuff I could sell unpainted. There'd be stuff that I'd have to paint and add the margin for the added value to it. So I'd prefer just to get it from Europe. But as I say, at the moment, they appear to have been really seriously understocked. I think it may be issues with shipping, because there's a lot of those going on. I won't get into politics, but basically, world events have made shipping difficult and awkward, and a lot of the Reaper stuff that is not made in America uh, comes from the Far East, and shipping to the Far East has been heavily affected by nonsense going on elsewhere in the world. So it that's probably why the stock levels are low. So I have to juggle, but I'm going to get the Etsy shop going, so there's plenty of stuff on it, and then I can probably justify ordering direct from the States if I need to. Um, but that's a problem I have to deal with for the future. Also, it would be worth my while to borrow some money to get quite a large order rather than just small ones I've been getting. When I say small, I mean 400 odd quid's worth. So I shouldn't eat on stream, but I'll waste away otherwise in 24 hours. And also, these chocolate biscuit things, the chocolate's melting. The biscuit obviously isn't, but the chocolate is very, very soft and sticky. But I'm going to turn the keyboard off so I can move it away. The laptop has gone to sleep, so I won't be distracted by things coming up on it. And I'm going to have a look at this tank. And I'm going to go dig around in here. That's not what we want. Now, I've forgotten what I ordered from Reaper. I can't remember whether I ordered any walnut brown. It's blue. It's more cloudy grey. That's not brown. So I was mostly ordering reds because I don't have very many of those. But to be perfectly honest, I have 2 bottles of them. Because most of my reds are not army paint or the old MP that I used to use when I was at Spirit quite a lot. So, and as I'm attempting to do this all in Reaper, can't use those. Can't even use my beloved speed paints. I spend no end of time, by the way, fishing around in boxes for things. Where on earth did I? So the colour I want looks black. As far as green, which looks black. It's cloudy grey, which is and I've got one of these on order from Reaper for the young gentleman that wanted one. And why is it always the last thing? Why do things fall over? What was the last one? Did we get hands on? What's this? It's black primer, which is not what I want. Where's it gone? What's actually running? No one else have I put. I'm going quietly blind because the colour I'm looking for is called walnut brown, and it is pretty much uh, black, apart from, oh, here it is. Apart from if you put it next to black, put it next to actual black, it looks a little brown. And this is going to be the colour that I'm going to be painting the tracks with. Let's say it's a very, very dark brown, and I probably need to turn some lighting on. Sorry about the washing out that's about to occur, but if I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to have to see what I'm doing. So this is the overarching thing, but it now gives me enough light that I can actually see what I'm doing. Normally what I would do is, if I was on needs shaking more than that, normally what I would do with this is I would show you change cameras. Until I can get OBS to cooperate with my account, you can't do that. Pity really, because I've got a really nice camera there. But it does have the downside of actually needing a stand thing, so I can actually, so it doesn't just hang off the monitor. And the heat doesn't like the paint don't like this heat at all, because it's very gloopy. Painting tracks isn't my favourite thing. So there's a lot of texture on tracks, and you have to work it in. Looking for my Temere 20. Which I can't see anywhere. Where's my Temere 20? It's a fairly substantial square bottle, and it's basically alcohol, and it should be somewhere around here. Now I've got a full one that's unused, but that's downstairs in the workshop. This around here. This isn't, but this is just a little bit of water, which is not as good as what I'm trying to do is get the paint to work fluid enough to work into the detail that's on the track. The other advantage of A20 is that it being an alcohol-based thing, is it dries a damn sight quicker than water, whilst also being a better wetting agent than water, because you don't get nonsense with surface effects. You can even make water a better wetting agent by just putting a little drop of it in, which is what I was going to do with this paint. Right, and I need to have a look and see what I'm going to stand up, because often changing your position means you get a better look at. Oh, there it is. Right, got it. I'd put it out of the way. This is what I'm after. This is the dirty one, but it's use it a bit like painting water with a little bit, and it helps the wetting. That could shake as well. I will have to go back and do that bit of the track, but I'm just doing as much as I can. And then going back and so I've got a very large number of tanks to do. But this is the only one I can actually start at the moment. The rest of them need the green spray, and they also need as I say, hopefully I should be getting that tomorrow, and I can sneak off for a 5-minute break and get those sprayed, and then sneak off for a 5-minute break a bit later when they're all dried, and just fish them upstairs. So I actually get those painted, possibly on stream. As I say, I like to paint these in batches of 10. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 5. So I'll just let those go and dry out a little bit and carry on talking. So I haven't played any World War II games in a very long time, and again, this is being done for a chap, so I can help fund the stream, fund the YouTube channel. As I say, I do want a better thing for this to stand on. As you can see, it's got one of those screwing ones that will fit on a tripod, and I could actually put that behind the string. Looks very like, yeah, it reminds me of a certain film. But basically, I can do that, and I can potentially have it round the other side. But at the moment, it's just a dangly bit. Because without OBS and the ability to switch between screens, which I will get to work. I managed to get OBS to work generally, and I managed to fix OBS when OBS plays sillies and when Windows updates things and decides that no, 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 you can't possibly want to use that microphone. You need to use these 3 microphones, and everything comes on loud. And yeah, it's, you know, given that my IT stuff is a bit out of date, gets to be a bit of a scrap. Also, that it's not my main job anymore. My main job is painting stuff, as it ought to be obvious. And painting stuff, faffing around with IT and working out where Windows 11 has hidden the thing that you knew where it was in Windows 7 and 10, and other features like the whole microphone thing, because I previously only ever used a laptop for that sort of thing. And the things that had microphone, I used speakers, not anything else. Oh, sorry for the bickets. I should have got something quieter to eat. I'll remember that for next time, because there will be a next time, you lucky people. I mean, my 5,000 viewer one for start. Though we'll have that set up on OBS, and I will invite people here. I did intend to, but that's a feature I'm not sure the YouTube Studio has. I know OBS has it, and there was another one, the stupid duck thing, which is designed like Teams to have a multi-call, and I can actually invite people and send people links. I did originally have that, but I pulled the stunt of oh, this is actually a 3-month trial, not the free version of it. This is a month trial, not the free version of this. No, by the way, can we have 50 quid or whatever it was? And I run everything on a budget. And somebody demanding money with, got it cancelled. I can't remember what the name of the stupid program is. The one everybody uses, including a lot of the people I watch on YouTube. God, what's the stupid program called? Anyway, it will come to me probably when I'm not thinking about it. It's quite so hard because it's still very hot in here and the brain fog is real. It is very real. What's the stupid program called? Anyway, I'm now literally waiting for paint to dry because I need to go and have a good look at that tank and see which neat bits I've missed, and then I need to start doing a bit of dry brushing and working on the more of a highlight, and then I need to find some of my washes and drag that out. Now that'll take a while to dry, even in this weather, because I will. I've got bicket all over my hands. This is because the chocolate's melting. So yeah, it's fairly hot in here, and that's why a laptop which I've just moved, complaining about being moved, does that a lot. It's mostly because the USB ports on it are dying, and the USB ports. I'll just put my hand in my elbow in some brown paint. Yeah. Right, that's whatever it was. I can go to sleep. So, what else have we got to do? I mean, there's loads of things I need to do, but whether or not I can see well enough to do them and whether or not I'm awake well enough to do them is another thing. I've already done that. I can't generate Hackmaster characters on camera because I'm using the streaming software, not using the streaming software. So I am a bit stuck there. Now that's the wrong mouse, Simon. Just the wrong mouse. So let's have a look at what this is across the top. What on earth is this? Add a stream marker, create highlight video. There was a thing that said you can add break stuff. In fact, I recorded a piece of video which was meant to be breaks. The end string. Great highlight video I might do later. Again, because I don't want to subject everybody to 24 hours of me increasingly rambling at the computer. Basically, where the hell was the feature? Because I saw the feature. That's doing a little bit of exploring. Share screen. That's send feedback. That's pop out dashboard, but I don't know what that does. Manage some of the camera things I don't have access to. That's the AI agent. So what I want see, it would have been, again, that's all of the chat. Yeah, I could pop out a chat there, but it's fine where it is. Share screen. Mute, which is me being quiet. That's a load of stuff on File Explorer. It's OBS. That's Microsoft Edge. That's Mozilla Firefox, which is what I'm running at the minute. Because I like Firefox still. No, it's gone off. People have gone off it a bit, but I don't find a massive problem with it. And has this dried enough to actually do some more work on it? Yeah, I think it has. So all I'm going to be doing is, if I can find the big brush in particular, is that's the stormy, that's the stormy, that's the cloudy. Right, that's what we want. Again, features I detest about dropper bottles. So where have all my brushes gone? So I have some big brushes that are perfect for what I'm intending to do, but I can't find any of them anywhere. It doesn't help. It might be another bottle of. What on earth is it? Again, I would like to keep. I suppose it's going to have to be one of these brushes, isn't it? And give that a good shake. Because it's sedimented out a little bit. Try brushing on top. Let's look at the hull. Where's the hull gone? Again, I want you to do this with a bigger brush. And I did consider doing this with the brown colour. I'll just give it a light dry brush. And again, these will be done so at least I have a try, and then I need to go back and do a bit more on that. Just have a good look at that. So yeah, and some metallic. Let's guess it's not going to be the ones I lay my hands on first, as ever. That's the wrong metallic. That's copper bronze. That's varnish. That's gunmetal, which is probably what I want. And give that a good so what we need to do here is it's just a machine gun. And what else do we need to do here? That's the X. Again, just a little bit of metallic on there. And let that go off a bit. And this whole thing works a lot better if you've got a platoon of them. And you're doing 5 or 6 tanks. Still no idea whether it won't. I think the brake thing must have been something I should have set up before I did the start of the stream. As I say, I saw it yesterday, thought I'll have to do that, and didn't remember to do it until just before the stream started. Got a couple of minutes of video to cover a break, so I'm going to have to improvise that as well. So if I need a break, I'm just going to have to say I'm on break and then just do it that way. So that's that done. That's that done. I need to do the tracks on the Stuart, but I want to be able to see properly. And I also want to have a think. Also, really tired. Probably because I promised everybody a 24-hour stream. So obviously, what's the first thing that happens when I promise people a 34-hour stream? I want to go to sleep for said 24 hours. The perversity of my body clock is never to be underestimated. That's charged. And Apparently I've been at this an hour. Aren't you lucky? And I've got another 23 hours to go. As I say, that's going to one side to let it have a good chance of drying out, because the next stage is to put the wash on it. And the thing is, unless it's really, really bone dry, you stand a chance of the wash lifting what it is that you're trying to work with, and you get a horrible mess. I also need to do a bit of retouching around one of the metal bits that I painted, because I've got metal colour on the grey, but that isn't a problem. I just need to get the stormy grey and just tidy that up again. So let's think, what can we do next? There's again a thing I do a lot. I finish something I'm doing, and then I think, well, while that's doing that, what do I do while, let's see what we need to do next. Because it's all continually going around the head, and it isn't just because I'm tappy. I'm afraid a bit being tappy. And the heat doesn't make it any easier, because it's beginning, it's like a sweat box in here, and it's cooling down now, but it's still unpleasantly hot. And also, I would normally have stuff going on. I'd be listening to stuff while I was working. In fact, there's something on that would be normally be listening to now. However, despite having a performing rights license, if I turned it on to listen to, there would be probably ructions with copyright, which was the whole point. The performing rights legislation was designed to fix, in that everybody who is likely to get stuff played on the radio or in workplaces and stuff like that gets a share of the money that we all have to cough up for the performance rights license. However, trying to explain UK law to somebody on YouTube, particularly trying to explain UK law to a bot that is doing a very bad job of impersonating a human being, but will insist it's a human being even though it's obviously a bot. The final Turing test is, oh look, I know you're a flipping bot. Can I talk to a human being? Because anyway, at only a very relatively small sub count, I'm not going to get listened to particularly. So we do what we do. So I would like to have something entertaining to go on in the background, but finding something that is actually royalty free, and that the bots at YouTube will recognise as royalty free, or that I've already paid the royalties on, is entirely another matter. And we'll wait for that until I've got 10,000 subscribers, or 100,000 subscribers, or a couple of million, or whatever it takes to do that. I know what I need to do. I need to get these ships out. Now, I can't do a lot on these ships because, these are some of my anarchy stuff. And again, I'd have the camera looking down on them, but I need to get that to drag the ships out. I need to be doing something now. This is the 5th rate, which is the biggest ship I've got. I'm planning to get bigger ones. They do 3rd and the Victory, by the way, was a 1st rate. So we've got this, which is quite nicely 3D printed resin hull with the compulsory resin drainage things in it, and I've got to clean it up. So I want to find myself a knife, and I want to get rid of the bits and pieces that are is our supports, which haven't all been got rid of. A bit of a bugger to get rid of now the resin's cured. Still, decades of cleaning up plastic models, metal models, does give you a skill set. And all that will disappear in the painting. And then we have the masts and the sails. We also have some little boats. So where is my super glue? It's one of my super glues which I think I've pretty much run out of. So I haven't opened yet. You've got to be careful with super glue that you don't open too much of them. That's plastic glue. What one that I was working with earlier? Oh well, it's going to have to be this one. So I'm going to have to get something to put this on. So there's nearly all of this used up. Come on. Aha. Now all I'm doing is I'm sticking the boats down amidships. There's a ship's boat. They go amidships like that. And then I need to sort these masts out. The masts have got supports on them, which need to go, and there are a few other bits and pieces of support that need to go. So I just need to flick those out. Careful with these because I discovered from the smaller ships that this resin is particularly fragile. Right, so you have to go at it very gently. Very gently. I've got most of those off. And somewhere about the place I have got numbers of files which are gently applied. Get the rest of it off. As I say, I need to slowly work on those just to get them to fit. It's not the scaling that's off, it's the fact that it's got these bits that I need to clean off. as I say, they should fit in holes, not necessarily a bit of stuff to scrape off the sail. Clean off the front sails. Working some bits and pieces off. Again, going at it very gently. This is not to bugger things. Yeah, that one goes in all the way. That one doesn't yet. And that one doesn't yet. It needs a bit skimming off the bottom. It's coming all the way. So it's just that one that needs sorting. Just make sure this fits. Not quite. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? Of course, the fun bit of this is going to be drilling out the bowsprit, or carving the bowsprit down so it fits through the hole. Yeah, that's all the way in now. This is the bowsprit, and it needs to fit through a hole, which is, shall we say, quite a good fit. It's meant to come through. Probably need to pop downstairs and get a pair of smaller drill before I'm almost certainly going to have to get a smaller drill before I do any more on that. But that is the start of a ship. Pop that down there, and next time, and when I have a break, I shall go downstairs and I shall be fetching the small drill up, because I know from experience that this one is too big. So I want a 1mm drill. It's about 1.5, and the ones I've got up here for unblocking. Or the other thing I can do is find the aft sail. I think this one and this one clips on like that, and wherever I've got the super glue, Yeah, that's glued on. That will glue on. So I'll stick that one in there. But I've at least made a start on that. That's a 5th rate frigate. I need to get some 3rd rates and a couple of 1sts. 1st rates were battleships. 2nd rates were battleships. 3rd rates were either battleships or large frigates, small battleships or large frigates, or they were nasty little pieces of kit that the British started using to deal with the Americans during the War of 1812. Things called razays. And a razay was basically a battleship that had lost a deck and was rigged as a frigate. And they were more than a match for the American big frigates like the Constitution, which had been a menace because a frigate wasn't a fighting ship so much as a reconnaissance scouting ship. And it was razays who had the speed, because they carried the same sail as a first or 2nd rate that they'd been, but they couldn't half shift because of the because they'd been lightened, and they also carried almost guns. They carried the big guns that they had as a battleship, but obviously fewer of them. Because generally the heavy guns were on the bottom decks, and they were what ended up with the American Navy bottled up in its ports and thoroughly blockaded, despite its successes early in the war, mostly dealing with smaller British ships, which they heavily outgunned, especially at close range, because of using cannonades, which were very large bore but short barreled guns, whereas a Razay had proper length cannon and a bigger throw rate and could engage a range which the cannonade armed ships were at a disadvantage. Anyway, that should. No, I should have been taking pictures of that. So what we need here as I did it, because I've got some ships. I've got pictures on there of ships that a ship, working on things. So let's actually have a look at this again. So I'm going to put some wash on that. I'm running out of wash. And I keep putting the bottles I've nearly emptied back in the container. Oh, I think most of those are dead. So you only keep them because you want the mixing balls back. Yeah. That one appears to have stuff in it. Where is the thingy? Again, I've got things to put paint in. That's very dead plastic glue. Loose pallets. And this one. Where is the stupid thing? Right, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to use the bottom of this as a palette. These really do need a bigger brush than the ones I've got floating around. Aha. That's what happened with my bigger brush. It decided it's going on the floor. This is a size 4, which is ideal for the purpose. So a little wash over these. Try and hold the tank by something. Again, photographs need to be taken just to make sure I've got content to make the Facebook algorithm happy. As I say, 100 posts a week. Which is 7 or 8, which is my brain's not working on the mental arithmetic, but you're talking 70 is 10 a day. So you'd be talking 12 or 14 a day. And of course, you can't do that every day. And each post is about 10 on the, it's about 10 pictures. So you can imagine the amount of time. And of course, Facebook isn't the most user-friendly thing when it comes to editing pictures, tidying pictures up. And then you have to share them across to Instagram as well if you've got an Instagram account. So it takes a considerable amount of painting time just processing the pictures. Right. Of course, if you're in a situation like I am at the moment where you're basically having, because you've only got one thing to do, everything's having to dry between times and you need to put things out of the way. Like that. Put the lid back on that. And that's a lot quicker with an actual brush that's about the right size rather than the size 1 or 0 I was using previously. But getting brushes like this one, which is a size 4, or a 5 and a 6, which are also really useful for things when it comes to, you know, big area dry brushing and stuff like that, is somewhat hard to do sometimes. I've got some decals to go on that, and obviously I need to go and do some gentle re-highlighting on that where I've put the grey on, and make sure I've got dark colour under in the grills. Oh, this is running out as well, so I might at some point soon have to go and get myself a coffee refill. What else have we got that you might like to see? It doesn't involve my Bicket and coffee addiction. Oh, I've got this, which I had all sorts of high hopes for, and got a load of stuff started for, and then stuff got in the way. But again, this one will be coming out me played, and there's lots of stuff in there that needs to be sorted through. some of it's scenery and some of it's whatever, and I need to transfer things out of boxes, and because I need to do some sci-fi as well as all the fantasy and the historical. And this place is getting even more of a mess. Let's get this. If I get this over by the fan, or at least in the track of the fan. As you can probably see, there is absolutely no room for anything in this office. So I'm going to stick that on top of there and hope it doesn't fall off. And if it does, you might get a jump scare. And it jump scares me on a regular basis when it falls off. Generally falls off when I'm sawing things. That was the super glue I was looking for earlier. That was it, by the way. As I say, this one is thicker and therefore often a lot more useful, but he's actually running out of glue in it. So I think, as you can see, the desk slowly becomes more and more of a tip over the period of the day, which is why I do my morning clear up pictures, because I usually get up before that and just spend a few minutes just making sure I've got room to work. I used to do it in the workshop when I was working down there more, and this was just a box room full of junk. But it's not a box room full of junk now, and I've got all my internet connecty stuff up here, so I'm better off doing internet type work up here than I am. Sorry, what is? That's just a random thing, because I've got a page of the browser open there, which I usually use for things like timers when I'm recording, so I don't record too long or too short. How much have you had of me? Which has this been going on for now? The nightmare that never ends. 1 hour and a half, so not that bad really. And again, I moved about a bit, and the laptop is making connect and disconnect noises. These are the new painting glasses. They're ×4s and ×4 clip-on, so you get ×16 when you flipped everything down. The only problem with them is that you end up staring really close because it shortens the focal length that you're using. I've got loads of stuff I need to do. I'm just trying to think what I can get at and what I can faff around doing while you watch. I mean, again, I'd like to have had OBS open because I'd just flick the camera off, so you wouldn't have to look at me while I was doing stuff. You just looked at the workbench where I was working. And these are my ordinary reading glasses, so they're not quite as magnify. I've got somebody commenting in the same thing. I'm getting all excited. Right, turn the keyboard on, Simon. I nearly missed that one. One of the people I've been subscribed to for ages that does some of the coolest let's plays. In fact, they're sufficiently cool that I have every intention of copying some of these let's plays, but putting my own spin on them. It's also the way I am learning a little Spanish, because the let's plays are in Spanish, and whilst I will not inflict my Spanish on anybody, it is helping a little bit, and especially with conversational language, which is something I can do, whereas reading and writing languages with my dyslexia makes life is a bit less fun and a bit harder to do. I've got dozens of these about. I bought 4 the other day as well, but I need to just need to be generally more organised because stuff just disappears. But it's greatly appreciated when people who you know and you like and who've inspired you to some extent pop by and say. But as I say, I'm just about to disappear for a few moments. I would ideally be playing the um, break stuff, broke the break thing I recorded. However, I don't seem to be able to do that through the thing that I've got at the moment. So what I'm going to do is ask you to imagine a cool animated break thing whilst I go downstairs, I get more coffee, and I get some more stuff to show you and talk about. Because the workshop is full of stuff like that. Anyway, I'll be back in a bit. And remember, theatre of the mind. Right, he's back. Break's over. I have coffee and I have things to talk about. Right. Again, where on earth do I put it for the moment? But we have. Prop it up there for a minute. We have these, which are the dungeon floor plans at various stages of production. This is a corridor with doors. The doors were made by Kraken Games on commission, and they're a little wonky because they were basically designed by me, and I hadn't thought them through completely, so they need a little bit more work on them. Basically, what the problem with them is that I didn't work out that they were too thin at the bottom, so that they tend to close in and be very difficult to attach solidly to the floor. So what I had to do was go and get some War bases, which were a bit along the long side, because he only does them in, you know, I've got a chat. And I said, let me get the glasses on so I can see the chat. Thank you. Yeah, the whole doorway thing, the whole thing was designed so that when I film stuff, there's as little in the way as possible, so it doesn't block camera line of sight. But obviously wanted doors that look like doors. So the new ones that I'm getting will be pretty much the same design, but these will be pre-cut to 43 millimeters, not 45 and having me hand saw the bottoms off. As I say, that's a room, that's a round room which needs some doors on it. And I've got some hexagonal ones coming. So basically they're just designed to push fit together like as much as possible. And this will be the adventure scenery over which my heroes will be adventuring. And I'm working on a scenario. I'd like to have a scenario where I don't know what's going to happen, so it's going to be automatically generated to some extent. I mean, and I've got loads more of those walls, of those, by the way. And I've got more to build. Just put this out of the way. Again, finding a piece of flat surface to put stuff on is a joy. But basically, I've got some really big floors, and I've got a whole tray of them. So I don't know what that one is. That is, I'm sure that's the thing. That's not. That shouldn't be in there. But basically, you've got potentially enormous rooms, and I've got a load of the Dungeons and Lasers scenery. And the thing I like about the Dungeons and Lasers stuff is that it's got some very nice pieces to place on them. Now, the Dungeons and Laser stuff is, yeah, round rooms. There are going to be octagonal ones as well. They're just basically just 3mm thick MDF bases with a lot of faffing around to fit, and that's a crossroads. And they're basically built on 60mm square on a 30mm to a 5-foot square principle. So you've got, and the slabs are meant to be about 10mm square, but obviously, as you can see, especially from that one, I've had to trim stuff up, and it's a bit irregular, and they've just been cut by eye. So there's some of the crossroads, but there's a lot of stuff, and I've also got some semicircular alcoves and semicircular room ends and that sort of thing coming, but it all takes time, and because I'm painting a lot of stuff for other people to help finance everything, it slows the process down even more. But you know, it's a classic case of there just being me, and hopefully my lovely editor guy, who's going to be turning some of this stuff into really nicely presented videos. Thank you. Thank you. As I say, I really like your stuff as well. And I like the way you do so many different games. I mean, the HeroClix wasn't one I'm particularly into because I used to work in a game shop and used to get HeroClix people in, and they were mostly young men in need of a shower, to be perfectly honest. But as I say, the way you present it, it's a great fun looking game, and mechanically it's a fun game. And I mean, I've got floating around somewhere in the workshop a copy of the original HeroQuest, which I'm going to do up, and I'm probably going to do some solid floor plans for it. But again, I'd like to show that off. I like painting those sorts of models, really old school ones, but I also like sort of messing around and painting historicals. So, and again, I've got physical terrain for a lot of my D&D adventures and D&D like adventures, the Hackmaster ones that I'm such a fan of, and we're going to be doing all sorts of things. And as I say, my chap that has volunteered to do the editing Brave Fool is probably going to be playing against me at some point, because that's the other reason I'm painting the Norman Warband for him, for Pillage and for potentially Saga and for Baron's War, Anarchy, and for all sorts of things. Yeah, as I say, I mix and match. I mean, a lot these fantasy figures, the Tieflings from our heroes, they're all kit bashes, and apart from the helmet, and they're based on historical models, the big Victrix ones, with a Tiefling with a demon head helmet on. So they're, because I like my old school D&D, and when I did old school D&D, it was sort of, we had in mind that they looked like medieval warriors, European medieval warriors a lot more. And your hobgoblins were slightly steppe warrior-ish, and your orcs were with whatever they could get their hands on. So there was a lot of interplay between historical stuff. I mean, if I could dare get it out, I've got a hobgoblin army sitting up there, which needs painting. It's the one that the cavalry goes with, the goblin-like cavalry goes with, and of course, I'm very definitely going to be playing this, and I'm really looking forward to getting the dwarves and going through and kit bashing them all. As I say, I have a dwarf army set coming, and I'm almost certainly going to be getting some orcs, and I might, even if I'm going to be doing the realms here, do some Pictish type ones. I believe there is a Pictish type thing. I'll just have a look and see if I can find it. It's Corona, which is the undead. Mercenary wizard. Right. Hmm. As I say, there's all sorts of track building potential, as Hobday has shown off on the thing he's been doing. Warhost is basically a fantasy version of Baron's War, which is a small scale medieval skirmish game where you're dealing with sort of 20 or 30 figures aside. Mechanically, it's exactly the same, except it's got extra magic and non-humans in it. We've got dwarves and elves and orcs and a variety of different tribes of human, which I don't know a great deal about, but basically all have got lots of kit bashing. You can kit bash them out of historicals quite easily. In fact, if you look at the Warhost website, there is lots of articles on, I think, a blog they've got there, which shows you how to do them with the Wargames Atlantic models. I'd probably mix in some Victrix, and I'm going to be having a lot of fun doing it. I'm going to be putting all of the how to do it on the Patreon. However, I don't have a paid for tier on the Patreon. But I find it a bit more accessible than most blogs. Right, sorry. Yeah, I think the two retinues that I built for dwarves and orcs, you're talking 30 to 40 models, and you can do it with fewer than that. The smallest retinues you can really use about 500 points, which you're talking about 20-ish models, depending on the troop quality and cost. I think I've got 40 something orcs and just under 40 dwarves. And obviously, if you go to the next step, which I think it goes at about 1500 points, you'd be talking about 80 figures. So you'd be talking about something of a battle, but then you'd probably end up with, effectively multiple retinues working together. So you could actually have a multiplayer game with that. Or two 500-point retinues fighting a 750 or that sort of thing. But as I say, it's got magic in it, and the magic is quite nicely done, because it's not as complicated as you would have in a role-playing game, because effectively attack spells are attack spells, whatever you do with them. But you're dealing with, but it's not oversimplified. So there's some nice features, and and not all the spells are directly attack orientated. So there are things like you can enchant people's armor temporarily, you can enchant their weapons temporarily, you can do zappy spells of various sorts, you can slow people. There's all sorts of things depending on the school of magic you're using. And I'm going to rework that for my own take, which will be the this skirmish band, which is a Black Order, where we have Black Order mages of various sorts. And we also have Black Order clerics, who are priests of the Universal Overlord. And there's more of it than here. There's a Knight Standard Bearer. There's the Huntress, who's one of the wizards who prefers light troops, and again, but there's more of that. There's about 40 or 50 of them, and I need to build their enemies, both the wild men tribes that they raid for slaves, and the company of the Falcon, who serve a very anti-slavery deity, and who fight against them, and various armies of the Midlands and the Southlands, who just don't approve of their imperialistic expansion. And also, I need to do some of the royal armies of the Westlands who are in service. So there's lots of stuff to do. Yeah, Frostgrave. I played an awful lot of Frostgrave First Edition, and if you get people that are really into it, it was great fun. But then COVID turned up, and I was basically every gaming group that I was part of just fizzled because if you couldn't do it online, you couldn't do it at all. And at the moment, all I've managed to rebuild on the game physical face-to-face gaming side is a little bit of role playing, and that took a while. I mean, at the moment, we've had Daggerheart recently, which I quite enjoy and would like to go back to. We've got Ars Magica, which is what all these chaps are for. These are the player character wizards, for the most part, in civilian clothes and in robes. And we're also doing Hackmaster. We've only started doing that because that is an alternate week thing to my running Ars Magica, because Ars Magica is an awful lot of paperwork, especially if the players sideline everything, as they tend to, because it's not entirely joking when I call them the nightmare gamers. Don't worry about it. I wouldn't inflict my Spanish on you. I can just about follow the things you do, but I have the horribly monoglot Englishman embarrassment. I went to Crisis Antwerp the other year, and I very, very cautiously took a Flemish phrase book and a French phrase book and got instruction from my mother, who speaks several languages fairly fluently, including French and Italian. And I basically tried to say hi and use the phrase book, but I think everybody I spoke to had got realised that I was an Englishman and spoke better English back to me than I did. So my attempt at practicing either language wasn't particularly successful. The Ars Magic is wonderful, but trying to explain it to people who have played a lot of D&D and pretty much nothing else was a bit interesting, and we had lots of discussions about magic theory while we were generating the characters and the Covenant and that sort of thing, and they're still learning. But we've got a couple of rules lawyers who have been usefully distracted by having to actually learn the magic system. And then I went and did a conversion, which I need to stick on the Patreon for free when I've quite finished it, which is how to do D&D magic in an Ars Magica-ish type setting, for reasons which I won't talk about because there might be people on here who will spoiler things. But basically, yeah, I did actually work out a completely different version of the magic system. Because You know, why not make life easier for me? But as I say, the Ars Magica is an absolute wonderful system, and I really, really, really wanted to play it for years and years and years. And the nearest I got before this was I had a gaming group, quite a big gaming group, and I said I was going to play Ars Magica, and the classic setting for Ars Magica is the south of France, just before the Albigensian Crusade starts. So there's all the pre, the the working up to that, and then the Crusaders turn up, and obviously the wizards being, whilst they're not necessarily involved in the whole wrong end of the crusade, the Crusaders weren't particularly picky, so going, you'd have to deal with that. But half the players wouldn't play Frenchmen for no other reasons than bloody racist. And it's a role-playing game. You're not playing yourself, you're playing someone else. So that was the end of that one, and that was third edition. I'm now currently playing fourth, and would like to be playing fifth, because fifth is better written than fourth. And also I can buy the books for it without going on the second-hand market and actually having to pick them up. But yeah, Ars Magic is going particularly well. It's just that breaking people of the habit of playing it like D&D is a bit difficult. And they're quite enjoying their research, and they're quite enjoying that you can do pretty much anything with magic if you're going to put your mind to it. But yeah, Hackmaster is pretty much D&D, first stroke second edition feel to it. You know, quite lethal, and you have to play like you're trying to survive. And of course, the other thing we're playing is a Wild West game, which we've not particularly started on yet, so we don't know what's going on in that. And that's quite lethal because it's got a fairly realistic gunfighting system in it. And there are two groups. There are two factions that, in the game that in the group that we're playing. One that want to have a go at a gunfight at the first opportunity, and the others which have looked at it and gone, "Do you know what? If we get in a gunfight, it's going to be an ambush, and we're going to be shooting first and last." So that's to be looked forward to. That's the Ars Magica is this Tuesday, and the Aces and Eights, which is the Wild West game, is starting is on Wednesday. And at some point, I've got to write my character skill lists out. And the book for that is downstairs. And when I can justify another break, I will come up and wave it in people's faces. But I've just had a break, and I've got coffee, black coffee, but it's fine. It's good coffee. But again, I've got loads of scenery and stuff for that. In fact, I've got loads of scenery for Ars Magica. You don't technically need it, but I've got better part of an enormous Roman villa complex, which is part built in MDF models, and the other rest of the MDF models are in stock. But again, I could spend my entire life doing stuff like this. It's pretty much why I do it, and it's nice to be able to make something of a living on it. So what else have we got? Just having a think. And now, of course, I've done all of these with well, I've done all of these with sort of outdoor bases on them, and I'm getting the overwhelming urge to do them all again with indoor bases on them, and possibly slightly different models. But yeah, it's always, I can always make more work for myself, even if other people don't. I'm really looking forward to this, and I will start recording the character generation thing. I got my dice out and gave them a good warm up the other day, and they rolled some appallingly bad characters. Absolutely, utterly minging characters of the sort that, you know, them falling down a pit trap would be something of a mercy. But I've got to work out the stats for a tieflings properly, And their other abilities, like their ability to see in the dark a little bit, and stuff like that, and their natural toughness, because they were bred as warriors for by an evil kingdom, and they're sort of left behind after the evil kingdom was overthrown and the spells which kept them as slaves were overthrown. So there's a lot of background to be written up for them, and that will go on the Patreon, again, free tier. The paid for tier will be just such it is. It will just be for discussing things, so people, if they've got some skin in the game, and it won't be that expensive. So I just want to be able to filter out people who are just casual and those that want to contribute a bit more. But so that's all to come, and there'll be dungeon adventures to download and that sort of thing. I used to do an awful lot of drawing on GIMP, dungeon plans and stuff like that. I haven't for a while, and I've got a newer version of GIMP than I had then. So I've got to relearn a lot of it. I mean, it's not the newest version of GIMP. The newest version of GIMP I didn't like when I tried it, so I went back to something close to the one I was used to. But I'm not Dyson Logos, but I can actually draw dungeon maps, and if all else fails, I can actually draw dungeon maps and photograph them, and then put them into an editing program like GIMP or that sort of thing. And I like GIMP more than Adobe because, one, you don't have to pay an absolute fortune for it, and nowadays apparently Adobe is absolutely infested with unwanted AI stuff, and the less I have to do with AI, the better. I mean, the Facebook page I have to use every day is absolutely full of it, and AI toys are turning up, and there's a little AI blob in the corner which I want a pop-up blocker to get rid of if I can't get rid of it any other way, because it just sits in the corner of your eye like something you've got to pay attention to, and it draws and it distracts. And I'm trying to think of something else, and I'm trying to plan, or I'm trying to work something out, or I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to be doing. So yeah, it generally becomes an absolute nuisance. But this guy needs a little bit of a dry brush over the top of that, and then I need to go back and do the tracks again. So I've made a start on him. I've got some. I think I've got some decals down in the workshop. I know I found some British ones. I don't know whether I've got German ones, but they're not that hard to get hold of. And I need to do the lamps and a little bit of touch and paint. I'm probably going to turn the light on and do a bit more painting, so I can actually see. Here we are. There we go. I turn into a ghost all of a sudden. That is not the one I want, because this is the strongest it would be. So let's actually have a look. Right, let's. Finding places to put things in this office is a challenge. That is cloudy grey, and this is the one I want, which is stormy grey. And this is the one with the drill on that will actually fit down here. Bring that out. Yeah, RuneQuest isn't quite where I started. I started with D&D, but but after about a couple of years of D&D, I got fed up with it, and I bought second edition RuneQuest from the Orc's Nest in London and mail order, and we played that to death. and I pretty much gave all my D&D stuff to my brother. And him and his mates were the ones that played D&D. D&D was for fun, and RuneQuest was for, you know, serious role playing. Yeah, but yeah, I'm a massive fan of RuneQuest, especially the earlier editions. Again, but my favourite one was the 3rd edition one, which added all the extra magic systems and stuff like that to it. Doing a little bit of the in-between the tracks on this tank. So mostly done the top of that for now. And Cthulhu, yeah, I like Cthulhu, but I struggle with it running it as a campaign because of the high loss rate on characters. But yeah, it's a better game than D&D for certain, for you know, getting involved, and but it does cause issues if you've got people who've played a lot of D&D and think they can beat the monsters, because that is very much something you can't do with Cthulhu. You can outmaneuver them occasionally, and you can get lucky, and you're mostly just putting the evil day off a bit longer. So that should be, need to do this down the grills on the back of the tank. I need to be doing more of this, so some particularly trying to get as much as possible down. I could go downstairs and get some dark tone, which is obviously the ideal stuff for this, but I'll just put some down the grills. So again, dry for a little bit. Pop that down at some point, probably tomorrow, early in the morning tomorrow, when I have a break. It will I can go and give that a little light dusting of spray varnish, just to seal it a little bit, but that is that's quite well done. But it's the markings that make the especially the German tanks. You want the crosses and you want the numbers on them. And as I say, I think I've got all of those downstairs. So it's coffee. Yeah, it's always nice to have someone in the chat that you can talk to. I really do need to have the chat in a pop-out window, I think, but so I can actually see it a little bit better. But yeah, it's nice to have people pop in and say hi, and it's nice to have 4 people in the chat and 5, you know, 4 or 5 people watching. And I need to do a little bit more dry brushing on this, I think, mostly on the top of the turret. So where's the big brush gone? It's not the brush we were after. this? Got a dirty great big pot, which is the old MP ones, of a colour that happens to be exactly the same colour as the Reaper grey undercoat, but I'm all out of grey undercoat, so a bit of road dust. And the other thing I need to do on this is a bit of woodwork, so I need to move these so I can get at some wood brown. Oiled leather is always good for this. And I'm just doing things like tall handles. Chestnut brown's also quite good. So all I'm doing is there's an axe and I think there's a shovel somewhere. I'm sure a shovel. Towing thingamy. What else? Balls. And again, this is another trick of mine, which is dropping stuff on the floor. That's it. What did I do with it? Joshy thing. I'll learn about that in a second. I'll just pick these bits out that I need to pick out. That's annoying. Bloody paint. Dropping stuff off. Fix that. Where has it gone? Right, so. I'm just going to recover that turret butter on the floor for no reason. Oh, I just get to see it. Oh. Oh. Sorry about the noises. Well, get a picture of that, and yeah, there's not much to do on that tank now. Because the early German tanks were really, really quick to paint. You're a little bit slower if you use the brown and the grey camouflage pattern. And I did think about doing on that, but I decided not to, as basically Panzer Grey is iconic. Right, let's just see. Yeah, that's the thing with a lot of campaigns, is that they usually end in like political careers in failure. Uh, and I have a friend who has a fixation with the early Cthulhu, the really long campaigns like Mask of Norhotep and um, the Orient Express one, and a few others like that. And to be honest, they the chances of the same characters working their way through all of it, even if you've got the same players. And the furthest he's got is there is a prelude, I believe, to Norhotep, which is set in an archaeological expedition in, I think, Peru, and is meant to be played by people who are not actually the characters in that aren't actually the characters in the rest of the game. They're a party that runs into something nasty in sort of the edges of civilization in the way that often happens in Cthulhu, and they get destroyed. And the main campaign proper starts with a finding out what happened to them and then spirals from there. But I've never actually managed to get people to do enough of that intro that you can actually get, you know, and of course, organizing players in to turn up regularly is like cat herding on occasion. I mean, I have had situations where I was running games at Spirit Games in Burton on Trent when we had more players than we knew what to do with quite often. But a lot of games have just disappeared because the players flaked off, died because of player loss of interest and stuff like that. And one of our GMs has got this terrible tendency to do that, which is she thinks, oh, this is a really cool game, and we have 2 or 3 sessions, or and we really get into it, and then, oh, this is a really cool game. Can I take the slot? Because you don't have, you can't split your life up into 4-hour sessions, so you can play 15 dozen games. I mean, her record was the Dragonheart game, but she's a trainee teacher and had to go off on placement. And I said I'd do something as a cover game, and then her course changed, and now she's in my cover game, filler game, which has become the game. So yeah, organising players, especially in the way that people's work life pattern works nowadays, is not particularly fun. And as I say, I rather enjoyed the days when you turned up at Spirit Games on Thursday and there would be 15, 20 players, hopefully in different games, because I have had 16 players in a D&D game, and I felt I was running an infantry platoon full of slightly brain damaged cats, because I spent a lot of time shouting at them to get them to pay attention and things like that. And you got a lot of situations where you had to basically tell people shut up so the quiet players could get involved, because otherwise the quiet players were happy to hide behind the louder ones. It's yeah. But as I say, I'm quite happy to run games at the moment that are really chill, and they take it at their own pace. I'm not going to force them. I mean, I would like the Ars Magica people to move on, because it's set in 1141, which is the beginning of the series of the Civil War called the Anarchy in the UK, in Britain. King Stephen versus the Empress Maud, and various historical things are just about to happen, because I deliberately set it up to just start before these really significant historical things happened and would send political shockwaves through the world, and might affect the players and that sort of thing. And owing to the players getting so engrossed and being used to playing games where the pacing is slower, and that you don't do an adventure, then a year later you do another one, we've not managed to have that sort of time skip that I was after getting. But we'll get there. As I say, I'm going to have another go at doing it on Tuesday, and but the players are enjoying it. I'm getting lots of player input. I'm getting a lot of player feedback. So it's working as a game, and I'm really looking forward to playing the Hackmaster game because I like playing Hackmaster because it's, as I say, it's the D&D I always wanted to play as a kid and never got a chance to, because first ed D&D was a bit rough around the edges, and second ed D&D was just vicious. And by the time it got to be second ed, I'd got a bit fed up with D&D and started playing RuneQuest and stuff like that. And the D&D players were my brother and his horrible mates. And they're 4 years younger than me, so a bit like having even more kid brothers about. But and again at uni, I played RuneQuest and that sort of game, and again, I like things like Vampire. I like things with a bit of an intellectual challenge to them, where you have to think, and it's not just belting things with a sword. But as a Hackmaster seems to be the perfect for me mix of thinky and hitty, in that the combat system is dangerous and swingy, and you have to be careful and not get yourself into scraps that you can't, but you also get into situations where you can think your way out of situations, and you can talk your way out of situations, and you can not get into the problems that you have frequently. But again, it works like D&D very well with a party that actually organises itself and isn't that chaotic in its behaviour, because you can get killed by role playing an idiot, same way as you can get, only unfortunately there's a couple of players I know that have a habit of causing collateral damage when they get themselves killed. Worse still, they don't get themselves killed, but they cause other people to get killed. And that's another coffee. So what's next up for the entertainment? Because I've nearly finished that tank, and I really, what I need to do is let that really needs to be sprayed, and then I need to go and dig around my World War II decals to see if I can find the ones that I need, and because I've got loads of them. No, yeah, that's pretty much done. Apart from the markings. So yeah, I seem to be going all right at the moment. I'm just going to have a quick wander off into Facebook land and see if there's anybody, see if I desperately need to be there at all. So I'll still give things a chance to try. Although that's not what we want. I'm just going to have a dig and drag my laptop over. Hopefully I can turn the keyboard off so I won't knock it. Yeah, this is me all the time, clearing enough space to do things, and then clear enough space to do things. So let's actually have a look at Facebook. It seems to got half of them. Right, okay. That's yeah. Yeah, I'm just writing to a customer. Because the next thing is going to be an unboxing by the look of it. Right. Oh, and we have a spammer. Right. Facebook has already identified them as a spammer, so let's actually. That's that done. So, it's trouble. I start looking at one thing, and then I get distracted by other things. Right. This is my life, by the way. Yeah. So that's all sorted out. Now I'm going to have a break because I've just been asked a question about some stuff that I have, which I think is might be in a box downstairs, which I haven't opened, and I haven't opened it because I didn't have space, and I was trying to pace myself about opening things. However, I need to know what's going on with it and what I've got. So I'm going to have one of those break things. I'm going to disappear off downstairs and recover the items, and we're going to have an impromptu unboxing. See you in a bit. Imagine a very nicely thingied Theatre of the Mind break thing. And he's back. And he is back. This is stuff that I have that is to do, but I have not even had a look at yet properly, because I was after doing other stuff. Right, so I'm not going to be doing any work on this because I really haven't got the space. But what I am going to be doing is checking for the thing that the chap thinks he might have lost. So it's called Open and Have a Look. Right, okay. Right. That's American twin engine bombers. I think Mitchells, I think they are. Which are for Blood Red Skies. Sorry, Blood Red Skies. I pronounce things much better when I haven't got a thing in my knife in my mouth. Right, so that's what I want to put there for the moment. Mitchells. That. And as you can see, Blood Red Skies. Blood Red Skies. So the box of Mitchells. Mitchell's Typhoons. This is the reason I didn't open these. So that's Mitchell's Typhoons, right. Alright, so let's have a look and see what's in there. As I say, I could do a proper unboxing on those, but that would require getting everything out and showing it, sorting it, and this is mostly somebody panicking that they have or haven't sent. How do you get into this box? Right, how do we get into this box without flashing hit that somebody else is distress at people? Right. Right, so let's get this. It's easy to get into if you haven't been bashed a little bit in the post. Fine, let's take them from us. Right, forgive me while I continue with this. That's okay. Right, that's right. Oh, butter. Bleh. Do not want that. Right, go away. Don't want to print stuff. I want to reply to someone. Rituals, typhoid, mosquitoes. Dyslexia is really playing hob at the moment. So I'm sorry I'm not paying attention, but I need to sort this out, unfortunately. Go away. Right, thank you for opening the AI agent and actually Paul. And then obliterating the thing I was trying to write when I wasn't intending to open the wretched thing. And I'm now losing plot. What I'm trying to do. Right, as I say, I do apologise. I was intending to do this sort of thing on breaks, but turned out to be a little bit okay. Yeah. Right, so that's that sorted out. I shouldn't have done that because that complicates issues annoyingly. Right, okay. Right, that is sorted out. That was work related. That can wait. So I can't fish everything out of those boxes, unfortunately, to check exactly what's in them. But so I've had a quick scan, and I don't think the aircraft that he's looking for, which is again another load of stuff. Yeah, another load of stuff I've got to do, which means I have to stack those again. But now they've been opened, they won't stack properly, which is why I hadn't opened them in the first place, because what they're doing now in a minute. Right, those might need to go downstairs next time I have a break, because they are profoundly in the way at the minute. But anyway, that's back to normal. So, what are we going to do next? I'm at slightly bit of a loss at the minute. Any suggestions, anybody? Right. Oh, it's 3 hours so far. So, still making another cup of coffee when I was rushing down to get those boxes sorted out. But didn't. So I've got to have a think about what to do next. Right, I now want to start on doing those, but as you can probably aware, I've got very little space. I've got one little A4 cut space in the corner there, which I've just had to prop the laptop on while I was checking what was in those boxes. I'm going to have another look in those boxes, I think, while I'm about it, just in case I'm gone mad, which is a distinct possibility. They're American. It's very definitely a Mitchell. It's very definitely a Mitchell. That's some American markings. What's that? Oh, that's not a Mitchell. That's a Mitchell. That's a Mitchell. They are Mitchells, aren't they? They're Mitchells, yeah. They're very definitely Mitchells. Yeah, they're definitely Mitchells. There's not two aircraft types in there. Right, that's what I wanted to double check. They're American Mitchell. Yeah, I'm now happier that I did not miss anything in there. and the reason they were green is that somebody started to paint them and decided not to and wants me to do it instead. So, so that's the aircraft sorted out. So where was I before I did that? I was thinking about dungeon floor plan type stuff. Rather thick it might make my brain work. Have a think. Hmm. Chocolate biscuits. Now cooled enough. They're still liquid, these chocolate biscuits. So, have a think. Yeah. I'm now very definitely wanting to start painting that blood red square stuff, but I've done absolutely no research on it. What needs painting, what colours and stuff. So all I have floating around in my head at the minute is the memories of years and years ago of being a bit of a kiddie aircraft modeler. I mean, I can do the research quite quickly, but it was a project that was a couple of steps further ahead than the ones I've got on. I've got a large European minefield, which I've decided I'm going to do in 2 batches because there's just so much of it. 26 by 6 bases. So 10 6 by 6 bases are a little bit more transportable. There's also a great load of Lord Baron's War stuff to do, both stuff I've already started on and stuff that's to start on. Then I've got I've got some Victrix stuff, which is payment for somebody doing a secret special squirrel project for me, which will also includes a load of Landschaft stuff. So you can guess who's doing the secret squirrel project, the man with the Landschaft obsession. Also a load of Swiss to do for the same person, and from before I had my nervous breakdown the other year, probably due another one then, because 90 odd Swiss. Yeah. The thing is, I like painting landscapes. Landscapes are fun, but the Swiss enemies, I just don't gel. Don't know why. They're much the same period, much the same level of complexity. I think it was basically assembling far too many of the Perry medieval European mercenaries, which was responsible. And they're nice sculpts, but they really should have separated the pikemen from the other things, So it just got to me because I did rather a lot of them, and then converted a load more to build to halberdiers, and all sorts of procedures went on with those. So, as I say, I've got a load of more Swiss to do at some point. But I've got a lot of stuff I need to do before I go back to the Swiss, including a load more Lanchenecks, which but I also need to get everything organised here and packs stored away and things like that, so I've got room for manoeuvre. Because I have literally no room to manoeuvre here. I've got stuff. I cleared this office out the other week, and it doesn't look like I did. In fact, there's more stuff in here now than there was before I cleared it out. And it doesn't help that every so often I get a little visitor, a little mousy visitor. And if I thought he was here permanently, I'd be putting the traps down for him, the humane ones that I used when I got a small invasion. But I think he comes in here, has a look, and sees if there's anything worth his while, and then buggers off where he came from. And the main thing is that the mice got disturbed when the next door neighbour had the roof fixed over Christmas. And why over Christmas? You don't do roofing work in the winter, but they had everything redone and insulated, and the walls insulated, and it basically disturbed them. And I caught half a dozen or so, and I thought there were more, and I bought a load more traps, and I put all those traps down, and the caught nothing. I didn't see anything for nearly a month, and now occasionally I see a little mousey coming and sort of having a recce, just make sure there's no bickets and stuff for him to potentially have a look at. So it does help if the way they get in here appears to be through this office. So it's a good idea that this office doesn't have huge amounts of stuff in it. Unfortunately, as a working office, it becomes very difficult to combine the two of those concepts together. Hmm. So I need to be doing something. I definitely need to be doing something. I'm sitting here eating biscuits and dropping that in the bin on the desk. So what else do we need to do? I mean, the plan was to rough out all the other tanks, which I should have sprayed this afternoon before this started, if I hadn't have crashed out and missed the delivery. Hopefully that'll be delivered tomorrow, and I can go and do that, because they would have been leased at this stage, where they just needed varnish, and then I would have to go back and do the decals. So what's that there? That's escaping. That's the other fun. That's the other minor annoyance of working in a small office like this, is that you keep knocking stuff on the floor, but you're losing it. It's the same problem in the workshop, where whilst there's more space, there's more stuff filling that space up. So again, stuff gets knocked on the floor and goes AWOL. So it's best not to open boxes and things until you're at the stage where you're going to be doing them, or you're at the stage where you have storage boxes. And I was going to do a major storage box purchase this month, but I hit 1,000 subscribers, therefore needed a TV license, and in order to do something like this, and I also felt the need to go and order a load of stuff for the Reaper. So that was all my available money going, and then I need to get those tanks painted so that I get a bit more. So that's that. So what do we do? What do we do? I could always entertain you by actually tidying the office up, but having done that recently, the horror is a bit. And the thing is, because the house is so full of stuff, there isn't anywhere to put stuff. And I pretty much filled the bin up. So, yep, slightly annoying. I'm going to check a response from the gentleman that asked about those planes. Just because it's niggling at me now and I need to sort it. So I'll be a minute doing that. Right, it's not replied yet, so yep. Right, so that's done. So I'll come up with a plan. Let's have a look at some reaper that I got a while back. Let's have a look at this and see what we've got in here. These were mostly freebies that I got with my last reaper order, which was mostly paints. So what have we got in here? So a bit of a hunt through. We've got a cyberpunk person, a load of jerry cans and cones, some more jerry cans and cones, a Dark Heaven figure, so I think Dark Heaven wizardess, a Dark Heaven human fighter with a bendy sword, and an elven wizard with a staff. I don't fancy painting any of those at the moment, so I'll have to box those back up. That's something a little bit more interesting to paint than those. Not inspiring me to do something with those. Right, so what else is down over there? It's in here, shall we say. So these have been sitting around waiting for another one of those. More jerry cans and cones. a gnome wizard. It's a possibility. I quite like that sculpt. Gnome wizard, and I think that's teamwork, which is. So what I'm going to do is this is a little female wizard, female little gnome wizard. So what we're going to do is we're going to paint her. That's what I'm going to do. So there's at least another box of those floating around somewhere, but we're going to have a go at this gnome wizard here. So completely out of the blue to actually have a bit of fun doing. Where is? Open this up. Now we have. Yeah. Little gnome casting a zappy spell. So gnome casting a zappy spell needs a base first. And it's a little model, so I'm just going to use one of those. And I'm going to stick one to the other. This is Bones Black, so it's acrylic resin, which I'm just gently sticking to a base like that. And then I'm going to get a little bit of Milliput, which there should be plenty about. I'll have a dig. Again, it should be fairly soft at the minute. That's hardener. Shite, there's not stuff on the floor again. Oh, really is annoying the amount of stuff that's in this office. I'll cover that later. Oh. Yeah, and you can tell it's really hot because the Milliput is really, really soft. Even the stuff that's normally quite hard. I'm using the Milliput mostly at this point just to cover over the fact that I put some super glue on there. And super glue, if I get it near brushes, is a good way of killing them. So if it's covered up with Milliput, it means I can paint it quicker before it, without actually having to wait till it goes off. So yeah. So it's blending the two into each other. As I'm doing this, I'm actually thinking of a colour scheme for the wizard. Fairly classic dungeon adventurer. So that's now nice and sealed in. So let's start with Templar Blue, which is one of my favourite Reaper blues. Now, Reaper, you don't have to primer. Ideally, you'd wash it, but I'm cheating because I'm using this as a sheet, because this will help wash off any mold release or finger grease or stuff like that. You just need a thin coat of it over everything to just make sure the figure doesn't pick up any more. It's a very, very thin down coat, and you just work that into the model. Work the paint into the model quite a lot, just to make sure you get a thin coat overall. And that's it. Let that paint go off. Doesn't need to be primer, doesn't need to be acrylic primer. Providing you get a good solid base coat on there, you're going to be making sure that you don't get sticky finger grease on there. And of course, the other thing with sticky finger grease is that milliput also adds to the grease. Milliput is a bit greasy, so that just needs to go off. That's going to take a couple of hours now to do that, and I shall be painting that later after it's gone off. I will be painting over the milliput because basically that doesn't make a major difference. So how are we doing for time? Oh yeah, 3 hours in. 3 hours in, that's not too bad, I don't think. And yeah, 3 hours in, and I'm getting a second wind and working out something to do. I really should have planned what I was going to do during the stream a lot more than I have done, but this is a learning experience, and also I was that busy getting stuff done so that things would be done before the stream and so that they would post during the stream, that I rather skipped on that. And of course, having an elongated nap yesterday afternoon when I was supposed to, well, this afternoon when I was supposed to be waiting for that delivery, again, kiboshy things, because again, I could be sitting here painting tanks. That was the plan, or part of the plan anyway. But this guy, as you can see, it's so hot in here, he's drying really quickly. And I'm going to primer the base, but mostly because of the milliput, not because of the walnut brown. Because the milliput will appreciate having proper primer on it. As you can see. And I'm going to have to block that one again. Where did I put the thing from blocking? The blocky thing. Let's shake up and put a coat of, yeah, I can just about, don't normally primer things black unless I'm doing something that is similar to Zenthal shading with them, but I don't do that often. Mostly I do use that sort of thing for if I get hold of a figure. I used to do this a lot more often when I was doing commission painting on the regular. You'd get hold of a figure which someone had primed black, at which point I couldn't see any of the detail, and because I couldn't see any of the detail, I used to dry brush them white or grey, depending on what I had to hand, just so you could pick up, you know, what it was you were actually looking at. Because that's always the issue I find with black, is that there's no contrast. In fact, even compared with white, there's no contrast. But yeah, I just need to get a little bit more on the bits I think are missed. But that's why I tend to go for a grey or white, because the shadow, there'll be shadows on white which you don't get on, we can't see on black, and grey just seems to be the optimum colour. White is best if you're using contrast type paints where you need a light base to paint over, and but in this case it's just a base that I'm going to be painting, and it's just something to cover the milliput while it goes off. So we're doing that, and now I want a drying radiator to dry things off quickly. But I learned, but that's a mistake with bones, because if you do that to bones, the bones will soften, and if you heat it through thoroughly, you might get bones into weird poses, like I did with the dragon when I first did that, and it wasn't a terribly good thing, and I've never managed to fix it. But as I say, I'm doing this little gnome who will be doing rubbing my hands to get the flipping milliput and crud off my hands. Any coffee left? No, I've drunk the Coke, so I might need to go and get some more. So what else is floating around that might be interesting to look at? What's that? Oh, they're the MDF bases, the ships, and the MDF bases, the small ships, small paint. Balls, right, okay, right, so I'll fish them up. Right, so this is stuff that's wandered down there, and one of which went on the floor. Right, so let's fish them out from under there. Right, so now, so I've been matte varnishing some of these, but it's a little too warm to matte varnish things, because the last thing you want with matte varnish is it to go off on the figure early. You want working time with it. This one is let's have a nose. This is more. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to do that because I'm just going to knock everything on the floor. As I say, I need to do this in a more systematic manner when I go and have a good tidy through. And because dropping stuff on the floor is never good, especially when you're not entirely sure what on earth it is. How's that doing? I think that may have gone off, because that's the advantage of the heat. So what I'm going to do there is I'm going to paint the boots colour. Remove your boots colour, and the boot colour is going to be basic dirt. That's what I think we're going to do. Look at his boots. It's not a halfling, is he? He's wearing shoes. Let's get some glasses on so I can actually properly see what his feet are doing. Yeah, it's gnome sorcerer. Right, so he's a gnome. So he's definitely got boots on. I just don't need the boots in. Discover I missed a bit on the back of his leg, which I need to go back with whatever colour I decide the trousers to be. I think the tunic is, I think, so he's drying fairly quickly, plodding away. Little Reaper model I'm doing, it's a gnome. It came, I think, as a freebie with the order that I put in originally. So we've just got this guy. I mean, if I had everything set up properly, I'd just flick, and you could see him on the painting desk. But basically, when that's dry, I just need to paint the base colour. The base colour is going to be this, which is my mud brown, which I had mixed up to match the MP mud brown that I've used for years and years and years and years, and is now longer in production. So it means I've got consistency, and it's good quality emulsion paint, and it's perfectly okay for brown work and bases and things like that. And I can have as much of it as I possibly ever want mixed in the local shop. I do need a really big one because I've got lots of terrain to do, which is one of the reasons I wanted a really big one. Yeah. Just painting the base. I wouldn't recommend using emulsion paint on figures mostly, but for this sort of thing, and given there's a couple of Reaper colours that are fairly similar that I use on the figures when I want this colour on the figure. But none of them covers this well, and obviously it being effectively a tester pot, a mixed tester pot, it means I can get, it wasn't that expensive. I think this cost about the same as a pot paint. I was in it for the colour, not being a cheapskate. So we have that. It's going to take a little while to go off, so I'm going to let it go off. I mean, this is why I tend to batch paint things, because I've got stuff I can work through, and I can work through a colour, and I can keep at it like that. And you start with, and I often do a situation where I do the feet and do the base, because quite honestly, that looks like I've done more on it than I have actually done on it. And I think what I'm going to do on this is I've got some nice bright blue, but at least I could, if I could get at them, this is a question. I've got all these dungeon floor plans in here, which I probably need to find, probably need to go somewhere else. Sure. Right, okay. So these are the dungeon floor plans that need to go out of the way, right? I probably need to take them down when they go down. Right. I have no space in this blasted office at all. Because I don't want it there for ages. I just want to put it there for a second while I sort things out. And I shall fish them up onto the desk. And I shall put the dungeon floor plan on the floor. I've just got a few paints here, you know, as you do. So that. Let's get that range. That's on the point. That needs to go there. A few more paints. Oh, look, more buckets. Get that out of the way. So I've got some of the put stuff. And the electric floor plans could go down the floor. and then I can find a home for the paint. Yeah, everything in this office ends up in the way at some point. It's quite a nice blue. That's quite a nice blue. I think there's a nice blue. It's a nice blue highlight. Okay, what's that there? That is another white. And what we'll do is a nice bright green for the magic and another green for the magic. And that'll be a nice shade of ink. And that will do nicely on the trousers as well. Right, now you can see me from behind all of the paint. Let's stick that somewhere that's out of the way. So let's actually have a look and see what paints I actually pulled out. That's Templar Blue, that is Templar Blue again, and that's Templar Blue, so I've pulled a load of Templar Blue out of here. So True Blue is going to be the colour of the jacket, which I'm going to have to unblock in the traditional manner. So let's get me a paintbrush. What's that? It's a size 1. Do with some better brushes than I'm currently got. All I'm doing is dry brushing it across the coat quite thickly. And then this is Army Painter stuff, which is a lot thicker than the Reaper stuff in many respects. And of course it's the... No, it's not blocked. That's shocking. It's orky flesh, so don't think orcs are green, to be perfectly honest. I think that's not my headcanon anyway, so daggering, you just want to get a base colour on this. Just make sure I've got the bits of this that I want covering. So you've got just that. His tunic is darkened up considerably. So I'm going to get, that's Templar blue for the trousers. New brush. Don't want to be touching that. Let's have a look at there. And that's that. So I've just made sure I've got all the bits that I missed on the trousers. So that needs to be wiped up so I don't put anything in it. Put them out of the way. More chalky picket to keep me going. Trying to do some hair. Got this in mind as a Pathfinder type gnome. So they're sort of a bit weird. There's a bit of hair on that. Look at that. Like to proud. Right, let's sort of again, stuff and laptops and behaving up. Right, so that's sorted out. That's that sorted out. So that is something I don't have to worry about. Chasing aeroplanes. I can leave the aeroplanes until I get around to the aeroplanes, which is after everything else I've got on at the moment. I'm glad that I haven't lost some aeroplanes. Because I hate it when I lose other people's stuff. It's annoying when you lose your own, but it's your own silly fault. But if you lose somebody else's, it's nasty. And this is one of the reasons I really didn't want to do that much. Well, I wanted to stop commission painting because at least I'd be painting for the Etsy shop. Unfortunately, it's been very useful that I decided that I was going to finish off some of the commission stuff that I had floating around for people from during my nervous breakdown, and some people have taken it as an excuse to send me even more stuff. So, it all gets invested, so it does not constitute a problem. I need to find a small brush that isn't crackered. Do wish more bases where I can get some brushes because I'm somewhat struggling for the lack of them. Because the Expo Tools ones are okay, but they are not what you would call as good as small bases ones. Right, that's part of the check here. Because this is the other thing you do when you're painting stuff, is you learn what it is. You don't understand it, so there's the a little bit of speed paint, just as a shading ink on the back on the blue. I'll just put that up where it's going to dry. For a moment, why? I'll have this pale green. Onto a normal paintbrush. That's a little bit of a dry brush on green, and finally a There's yellow. Orange. Don't have that much by way of the yellow. It's not one of my favourite colours for painting with. And it also has a reputation, quite a well-deserved one in many cases, of being not a nice colour to use generally. Again, the unblocking. It's just gone off. It's very old and very thick. Very light top dry brush. It's a very light top dry brush of yellow. Get a chance to go off. Little Reaper gnome I'm working on at the moment. I think the next stage for this one is going to be some sand on the base, but oh. Nice contrasty flash tone. Probably need another coat of flash tone. It's a little bit thin. It's a bit covered over the blue that well. That Oh, plodding. Clean that off there. Now, let's clear down my messages. Just sitting in the corner, clearing them down. While this is having a little dry. Okay, so what would we do about it? I hate Facebook sometimes, it really drives me up the wall. Well, that's sorted anyway. So we just keep plodding along. Dry off. Have a little bit of a look for that metallic colour. See, this would have been so much better if I'd have everything set up properly. But it wasn't for the want of trying. Let's get it with a knife sorted out. So, a bit on the pommel of the knife. Picking the blade out, well, the gunmetal. laid out in gunmetal. And notice it's got a finger over the hilt, so I'm going to have to go back and do that again. And that's dried a little bit. And I can use that to go as an excuse when I go and I can retouch the. I can retouch the flesh tone at that point. Well, somebody's put in only 4 hours of me. I think there might be a medal on that. You know, I really appreciate people coming on and just, even if they're not here for long, especially if they make comments and sort of just watch me doing my own silly little thing. It's a hobby I turned into a job, and it's appreciated if other people like it, even when I get distracted by actual work, you know. I'm trying to find aircraft I haven't got, apparently, but possibly will get in future. I like Blood Red Skies as a game, but I never got that invested in it because I was invested in so many other games. I had a demo from Warlord a lot, and I was really, really, really impressed. And I sold a lot of stuff, sold it to people, a lot of people when I was at Spirit. It was mostly into other things because the sheer weight of games that you know, that there are to play, and the sheer scarcity of time in which to play them. Especially if they're not solo ones, where you can grab, you know, when you have to grab hold of other people to do it, because you know, and I'm a role player, and you know, I am an expert cat herder. I think that might have dried enough to have another pass over it. Just plodding on. Plodding away, plodding away. Anyway, I'm going to go and make myself another cup of coffee. So I'm going to leave you to imagine a really, really expertly done intro break thing. and when I've got my coffee, I'll come back and talk to you. But I need to sort out some sand for his base, and I need to probably redo his hair a little bit. We'll have a little white dry brush to pick up the spiky bits, because this is quite spiky, that hair, if you have a look at it close up. And I think of something to put on the green to blend it into the green and the yellow, to blend it into the green and the yellow. I'll be back soon. Right, this I thought you might like to see. This is the first version of the Reaper Dragon that I did, that I'm now doing again. This is the one which you can see is completely sagged forwards, to the point that he's effectively breathing flame along the ground. But the idea eventually is to do the other one that I'm currently doing in a very similar manner to this. mean, he's meant to be slightly shiny because I've got some gloss washes on there just to keep him like that, but he was meant to be in the position. But I put him on a try, and I heated him thoroughly through, and basically he sagged. This one is also, original one is also Bones White, which softens thermally more than Bones Black, which is the new one. See? Two by comparison. But I'm actually going to do this one a lot more like that. So I'm going to work that pale colour out. So it's, as I say, lovely model. Stupid man buggered it, basically. And I also need a bigger base than that, I think. I need to work out how big that base was. Because that's what, 80mm. It should be much bigger than that. I'm taking downstairs when I next have a break. But that was what I would thought. So you also needed to see him, bring him up and compare him to the other one, because I'm going to be doing more work on the other dragon tonight. But as I say, a lot of it is waiting for there to be more. So here is, and then I need to come back my Rosie. Brush on primer. This is the white. I think this one might be fairly empty. The fact it's blowing raspberries. Yeah, I think I was right on that one. Hopefully there should be enough in this just to. I'm probably going to let that to dry before I do anything else to it. See, he's coming along. Stick the lid back on that and a bit of a dig. Just primer a bit more in it. Purple and black and black again. So what colour the sash he's wearing is. Orange might be in order. Nice, right. I'm going to thin down quite a lot with this stuff. I appear to have trodden on it at some point, so I'm having trouble standing up again. Just a little bit of thin speed paint underneath that. There's no from sunset on the sash. So the sash of orange. Let's let that go off a little bit. So I don't get paint everywhere. And at some point, I'm going to have to go off and clear the camera of pictures and stuff. And post them, because I've also got to carry on showing people what I've been up to. Can't all be fun sitting here and talking to you lovely people. We post a picture that I think was going to end up very blurred, to the point of not being usable. Keep plodding on with this one. And the nice thing about the hot weather is that everything dries really quickly, especially with all the fans that go into. Where is my sand? Oh, there it is. Right, that's what I was after. Next day, so I'll fish it out under the chair. Prop that up on there and hopefully don't knock it on the floor. Right, so where did I hide the glue? playing this game again, where the glue is hidden in plain sight. And this is just white glue with a bit of water in it, mostly because it got very thick and gloopy, and I've probably over thinned it because I was using it to stick static grass on, so I don't know how good it's going to be for sand, but I don't want to bugger off so early and go and thicken it up with some more glue. All I've done is just put a little bit of sand on the bottom. That's builder sand, and that will I better put that down out of the way, because even though that's not falling off there, I can see myself knocking it off quite easily. It's going to take a little while to dry. I'll stick that right by the fan. It might be quicker. So let's actually have a look and see if there's anything else we can do while we're amusing ourselves with that. Aha. Here we have more of the freebies, well, more of the stuff that came with the Reaper paint order. So let's actually have a look and see what's in these. I can't remember. That one appears to be mostly squabbles, right? So we're not going to use that one, because that's just packing material that I really need to have used or put in something that isn't a box. Cunning. So no, they're not Reaper stuff. That's not Reaper stuff. That's, I know what came in these tanks. Right, I had some tanks that I've long since painted, so that's not what I thought it was. I don't know where the rest of the stuff has gone. Let me have a stand up and have a look at behind here. That stuff. What's that? Something. No idea what that was. For the rest of those, there should be 2 more boxes of that Reaper stuff. To have a look at. I just thought I was going to do that while I... I don't know. That's the question. I don't know. As I say, there's an awful lot of sorting out to be done here, and I might have to pack up for a week, stop for a week and just do the sorting out. I'll tell you what I can do. Work that. Let's layer that cream a bit more. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with those things. to think about those. I'm still thinking about that. I am running out of steam. I'm running out of ideas of what to do. Right, so what else do I need to do? Think. Right. Diddly 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 do. I think I might need to crack out the hard stuff. By the hard stuff, I mean actual Coke with sugar in it. All right. I'm going to scream. This is the blasted box of brass that I was looking for. It's the box of brass that I bought loads more for, and got 3 more packs of it. And it's the thing that stopped me from doing things for days and days and days. And I've found it. Yeah. I was in this office all the flipping time. Oh, I'm so tired. Pull those over here. Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly the same as the grass I got. If you have a look at the stuff on the corner of the wizards, yeah, that's the stuff. So I'm going to fish the wizards out of here. Now I'll stick the wizards in there. Yeah, it's exactly the same stuff. Yeah, and I found it after all these weeks of looking for it unsuccessfully. Just popping these things in there. Right, so I've got silly stuff everywhere now. Again. So I think I'm going to get some brush on, isn't it? Right, so where is doing a bit more work on a dragon. Having had a look at the old dragon, I have realised that I took the pale colour much closer to the ribs than I did on this one, than I've done on this one so far. So basically what I'm going to do is take the mid-tone, which is a colour called Buckskin Pale, and get it close to the ridges. Which means I'm probably going to have to dilute it quite a bit. So what we're going to do is very, very gently do that, as you can see. That might be better using water than just straight spirit. Take a few pictures of this to see what. Do this a little bit under the wings as well, just to. do that as well. Hmm. So that one I've done. Just quietly doing a little bit more work on a dragon. Bringing in lighter colours closer to the spines. Try and go down and break out the hard stuff. I was rather hope. By the way, I mean caffeine related hard stuff, not alcohol. Because I think at this point, if I had any alcohol, I would be asleep at the keyboard. Right, a little bit more done on the dragon. And I'm a little bit stuck until I've got the so but I'm very stuck until I've got the reds. I think it's getting there, and I've got 30 odd pictures I need to sort through at some point. Sit and edit them. So what else do I need to do? Ooh. So, right. I mean, I could carry on with it, but I don't want to use non-Reaper Reds. And I've gone and ordered a great load of them, so I think I may very well just have that. Ooh. I wish it would cool down in here. There's a lot more wake if it wasn't actually so warm. Also, a slight hay fevery type thing that make my eyes very gritty and stuff like that, which isn't exactly making it any more fun than it actually is. So let's actually have a look and see if that happened to know. No. Right. Okay. Got the gnome. It's all dry, which is why I was doing the dragon. Just give that a clean off the edge of the base with your finger. So what we're going to do is we're going to get some of this. Repeat the procedure, he says, losing the use of the languagey thingy. It's a size 4, which we probably don't need. So where it is, and all I'm doing with this is just Just using a little bit of this to bind everything together. And this is all dry. See, just put a little bit of muddy colour into the do that up. That face is painted. That's maybe brown. Sandy grey. Where's it gone? Driftwood. Oops, that was fairly khaki. This maybe no. Right, so where's the old? It's still a bit hot. So plodding along. These are the least of my feet. More coffee. Just plodding along, painting away, and trying to work out what to do next. Because I did a lot of prep so that things went on before this, but not whilst I was doing it. So let's change the thing up. We've done a bit of painting, we've done a bit of talking about stuff, we've done a bit of chatting with my lovely South American friend. We've created a lot of havoc. We've dealt with a customer panicking about losing something and determined it isn't here. So when we painted the tank, which can't do much until tomorrow morning when I give it a gentle, when I'll have a break and give it a light spray of matte varnish, and then I shall come and I shall do all of the other bits and pieces with the decals if I can find them. Hopefully at some point tomorrow I'll get a delivery of green paint and I can get on with that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a bit of role play type stuff. Now I could put all of this stuff away. In fact, I'm going to be putting all this stuff away because I'm going to need some desk space. So I'm going to generate a character just for the hell of it, because I can. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to put all the paints away. I mean, I will finish that gnome off, but he's going to need a good good time for the paint to bind, dry in the sand and bind. So if you're back here later, I will definitely be doing that gnome. But for now, I'm going to generate a Hackmaster character, I think, because I know where my Hackmaster books are. And they're in that filing cabinet there. But in order to do that, I'm going to make some space. And then I'm going to go and find my dice. And I'm going to be very, very nice to them and promise them the appropriate sacrifices as they actually roll a decent number for a change. Though, if anybody knows what the appropriate sacrifices are, please tell me, because I've not managed to work that one out yet. Oof. It is a warm night. It's probably not as warm outside as it is currently in. I really ought to, when I get a break, go downstairs, open the back door, put the anti-bug thing in, and do that from there. So that's that. That's that. Right. That can go there for a moment. And that can go out of the way. That can go on there because I will need that possibly later. So that can go down there. That can go out of the way. And we will. Where is my notepad? That's the other question that needs to be answered, because I need a notepad to do the character generation. I will go and be back in a moment with notepad and dice. So there they are. Right, I'm back. I've got my dice and I've got a book. And I'm not sure where my notepad is. But I have things I can use as a notepad. Right. dice. I can actually see my notepad from here. Right. Dice. Hackmaster Player's Handbook. One very ungentle owner. And a binding that isn't suitable really for the weight of the paper. Notepad. Nice notepad. Somewhere in this world I've got pencil. Pencil, writing implement, glasses. What's in there? So, pencils. Right, pencil. Oh, I've got pencils in the nasty office. Right, what's in here? That's pens. Mostly Sharpie type pens. It's broken propelling pencil. Right. What's in the other thing? Just paintbrushes. Go with me a moment. I am going to go and get myself a pencil. Welcome to my life where I cannot find anything ever for any reason. Just bear with me a minute. Back. I have pencils. Right, sorry about that. But I cannot lay my hands on anything at the moment. And I persistently lose stuff. It just drives me up the flaming wall continually. Right. Right, Handmaster character generation is dead simple and very complicated at the same time. There's even a flowchart, which I will ignore. Basically, what you do is you roll all the stats in order. Right. The stats are the same as traditional D&D ones, with a little twist. On them. The stats are strength, intelligence, wisdom, dexterity, constitution, looks, and charisma. Looks is physical appearance, charisma is personality, and one modifies the other. Everything is rolled on 3d6, and they're rolled in order. You also roll with each 3d6 a percentile dice. So if I can find on a d6, will be good. Percentile dice. In this case, so what you do, you roll them in order. Now we have 1472. Nine 39. That's it. 308. 18. 86. 68. 81. Con. Books of 1278. And charisma of 10, 13, 10. What a mess. Now, there is a rule that if you roll really, really crap stats, you're a shopkeeper. However, I suspect that guy's not a shopkeeper. Not with an 18. No way. So, he's not very bright. He's very strong. He's very dexterous. He's not very tough. And he's not very charismatic. So, So, and he's charismatic. Right. Okay. So what you can do with stats is that you can do some swappage, right? Now I want that wisdom somewhere that's dreadful. Right. Right. That. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. If you swap scores, you get 22, right? So charisma, I'm going to swap wisdom and charisma. So his wisdom is going to be 308. His wisdom is going to be 1310. Okay, and that's going to cost him 25 build points. Just to swap those around. So he's also going to round up his intelligence to 10, which gives him, which is 40, which is 6 points, 7 build points. So that's 10. So that's 60. That's 6 build points. So that goes to 609. So 1009 isn't stupid. And 12. 12 means his constitution is 12, which is 9, which is 1001. Right, okay. Right, let's actually have a look at his stats. Now, his looks modifies his charisma, fortunately. Looks is 12, which isn't enough to modify his charisma, so he's a bloody obnoxious piece of so-and-so. Okay, but otherwise his stats are tolerable. Probably a fighter, right? Or a fighter thief, given his stats. He's not tough, but he is a fighter thief potential. Right, let's also, if I spend 2 build points on his dexterity, that gives an 1806 gives +3. So his dexterity will be 1889, 1902. So let's see if we can give him a race which might improve his stat levels. Right. Right. He's got to be a gnome, I think. So that takes his strength down. Right, if he's a gnome, he's a gnome. Right, he's an ordinary gnome. His strength goes down by 2 points, right? So that goes to 12. His dexterity goes up by 2. His con is not affected. His looks goes down by 2. which has no effect, and his charisma goes up by 5, so that's 508. So it's plus 25 minus 678. So that leaves him 5 build points. So it leaves him 45 build points there. 45 build points, which come in later. So he's strong, not very bright, reasonably wise, extraordinarily dexterous, not particularly tough, quite good looking for a gnome, and about as charismatic as an half orc on a bad day. So we have that organised. So that's his stats organised. He gets 40 build points for being a character, and he gets 5 left over from the 25 he got because he had to do that swappage round. So other things that come off of stuff is bonus build points. And the other bits we can work out later, right? So his dexterity is dex gave you build points. No, it doesn't, does it? Right. Wisdom is the only one that gives him build point. Wisdom. Wisdom of 13. So that is 3 bit. His wisdom is 3 BP. Right, which you can only spend on wisdom skills. So where we are elves he doesn't want to be, gnomes. Gnomes, things about gnomes, plus 4 death. Counts as large, which means he gets less knockback versus giants, ogres, and trolls, plus 6 death. Plus 2 attack. He gets one purchase of hide. Listen 1, mining. Maintenance 4 free. Use low light visions and empathy. He also gets hide in natural surroundings. He's small, he has poor reach, he walks slowly, speaks Gnomish and has to learn every other language, and has an inappropriate sense of humour and myopia. And he's a fighter thief. Right, so he has Ranger, would Ranger work? He's a horrifically dexterous character. Do you want to make him Ranger? Ranger, so that cost him 40, so 44 points, which means he's got 5 left. Okay. Hiding in this natural surroundings means you get plus 50 on hiding. Right, so he's a gnome. Right, so he's a ranger. That means as a ranger, he is a naturally sneaky bastard and lives in the woods and wilderness around the edge of civilization, which with his charisma, he doesn't really want anything to do with people. Because even with +2 charisma, he's not particularly good at it. Right. His hit points are 5 plus his con. And his con is 10. So that's 15 plus 15 plus a d8. And he's got 17 hit points. He's a bit fragile. Right. Right. Okay. So he's got faster initiative, and his skills for being a ranger are right. Okay. I'm beginning to lose the will to live, to be perfectly honest. Right. So I will do a bit more on him in a minute, but I'm going to have some coffee first, and we are currently 5 hours into this live stream. So you've got so as a ranger, he has right, other bonuses. The surprise stuff, and they get fatigue bonus, weapon specializations, proficiencies. Right. So things he gets for free are proficiency is. Right, he gets. Right. Really losing the will to live, to be perfectly honest. Light armor and a shield. Right, I need to break out the hard stuff, I think, because I'm trying to generate a Hype Master character and I'm having to think. And I've rolled up something particularly strange, which is a Gnome Ranger. The Gnome Ranger is basically everything up but a social cripple. So I'm going to leave that there for the moment because I'm shattered and I'm beginning to lose focus, and it's been very, very hot and I've been very, very sleepy and I missed the delivery in the day. So I'm going to put my dice away for the moment and I'm going to think of something I can do that's going to wake me up, to be perfectly honest, because I really shouldn't have done a 24-hour live stream in this weather because I'm really not up to it. But I tell you what I can do. I can find that bloody note. Oh, Wazix. Right, I might actually be able to do a little painting. Oh, but I'll finish that Hatmaster character probably at a different time. Now, that's the gnome so far, and his base is now all good and solid. So what else do I need to do with him? Oh, well, I need to pick out that if I wasn't doing the 24-hour live stream, I was going to go to bed. So I'm sufficiently not with it to probably justify that. So what I'm looking for is Zealot Yellow, which I had earlier, which I kindly put away. I was tidying up to the Hackmaster character, thinking I was with it enough to do character generation in a reasonably complicated system. I'm afraid I'm not. Very much afraid I'm not. Quite possibly need to stick my head under a tap. But we have a very interesting character on the works, which I will continue with. Oh, for fucking hell. Why can't I see anything? My brain working. Right. Start with that's Just done a little on the hair and a bit of tidying up there. Turn in what's bright red. Just to do a little bit around the waist sash. Yeah, a little bit of speed paint around the belt. And a little bit of speed paint through the hand. Dagger hilt. And stick my head under the tap for a few minutes so I can wake up a little bit. So, hang on, what have we got? We got people. Hello. Oh, I'm fine. I'm just about to stick my head under a tap because I think a face full of cold water would probably help. I can just about paint. I was trying to generate a character for a role-playing game and wasn't succeeding very much. I got stuck, and yeah, that's pretty much where I am. And it's nice to see you. Just turning up now, just strange knocked. Something strange on the. So I'm just going to nip away. So imagine a nice broken thing that I didn't record, and I will put my head in a bucket of water. Now, honestly, my piece de resistance for the day was sleeping through a necessary delivery. And now I've knocked a bottle of Coke on the floor, which is empty, but I have now trodden on. Yeah. Words not with it is probably a fairly accurate description. And there we have our little gnome. And I'm going to have another crack at that character generation. Because I either do that character generation or I probably call it early, but I'm hoping not to. Because I've got another, 18 hours to go yet? And as I say, shouldn't have done it when we were having a high temperature. Anyway, getting back to the character, it's a ranger. He's a ranger. We're going to say he's a he. His looks aren't bad, but his charisma is awful. So what we're going to do, and like most small characters, he's a bit short on old hit points. And unlike gnomes, unlike halflings, gnomes don't get constitution bonuses. Let's read through the range a bit so I can come around properly. Right, okay, rangers. They are better at initiative rolls. They have a bonus with fatigue, so they don't tire easily, and they can specialize in weapons. However, right, what are basic weapon proficiencies? Right, so where is my piece of paper? Oh, so as a ranger, I get plus ranger, right? Okay. I get where did I put the bloody? Oh, there it is. Right, light armor and shield. Right. I also get hiking, road marching. And half BP cost. So tracking. Botany. Fire build. Fire build. First aid hunting. Just plodding along with character generation of a gnome ranger, all things, for Hackmaster, and we've got observation. Sneak 1. Survival. and further purchases those at half, a lot of those at half BP. Right, okay, so those I've got free. So I've got 5 build points left over before I do anything else, and I need to get a mage, put that out of the way. Yeah, I got the full everything. I got role playing, I got paint, I got modelling, I got wargaming, I got board gaming. You know, if it's a game that didn't involve a ball or going outside and running around in a field, yeah, I basically I got it. And the game I like running around in a field doing was playing it being a soldier and playing it being a soldier from a period where you got to hit people with pointy stabby things. Um, um, I even got quite good at swordsmanship, which, considering my cat lover's dexterity, is quite amazing. Um, but basically, I mostly now just paint stuff because trying to organise people to game is a bit difficult, and it's taken me years to get a gaming group going again after COVID. It just was a thing. But yeah, I like rule systems. I like understanding rule systems. I'm not as good at it as I was, but I used to basically collect rules, and that was my thing. At various points, I've had quite large collections. It's all lost to history, unfortunately, because you really shouldn't move home when you've got stuff like that. But anyway, so I'm currently partway through doing a ranger, and I'm beginning to wake up. And as I say, I might need to break up the card stuff. Don't need that. Priors and particulars. Yeah. This guy's going to need some build points. He's got 5. Let's start with the complicated stuff. Right, honor is a way of getting yourself out of trouble, and it depends on your stats. And what you have to do is add all your stats up in order to do it. So we have. So I need a calculator. So 7.2 plus 1310 21.02 10.1 10.78 5.08 82.8 divided by 7. So that gives him 11. His appearance doesn't give him any, and his charisma probably gives him a penalty. Yeah, -3. So his honour is, that's 11. That becomes 7. Right, so he needs some build points. Let's actually work out the other bits and pieces. He's a gnome. Well-known percentile dice. That consistent noise, by the way, is me knocking the mouse on my laptop that doesn't like it. 63 on his height. So his height is 42 inches. Knock on the floor again. Height is 42 inches and his weight is going to be related to that. His age as a gnome is 58 plus D8. Find a D8, that is. $58, 765, so 65 years old. Weight is a bloody calculation to be done, isn't it? Weight and his BMI for a gnome is D20. I'll use the big epically large dice, and I rolled a 9, which is 32. So it's going to be calculator. 13 inches is 44. £88. Right, so he's going to have to have some floors because if you don't put 5 build points, it's not going to get him very far. Handedness, yeah, got to do that as well. Centaur dice to determine which is his leading hand. Would be if I red dice first, and we roll 21, so he's right-handed. Start ambidextrous, second to birth. Legit. Legit. His parents were represented by twice. 78. Ill equipped and 37. And that gives him 2 build points. Right, so where are we in relation to 2 build points? Family, D20. 3, 2 sibs, and a D3. It's worse, I can't find any D6s anymore. I'll do primary roll for first, second. Two siblings, one older, one younger. D12. See how they're liking it. 2D12, what's this charisma problem? $15. Seems natural, isn't it? 15 and 8. Doesn't go with his younger brother. He's okay with his older one. Right. So he doesn't get on with his younger brother, and he's got two brothers. He's only got one of these quirks. Now this has got to be done. He's only got 5 build points, so we do this. 4. 5. He's nosy, which gives him 8 build points. Five, 3, 0. 5, 3, 0. He's quick-tempered, which we're going to forget about. Right, he's nosy. Okay. Right. Right, folks. 530. Okay. Oh, bloody knackered. Right. That's Mr. Gnome so far. Cheers. See you tomorrow. Right. Oh, God, I'm shattered. Right, so. So what time is it now? It's currently 1 o'clock. Right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get some bloody work done. Right. Given that there is now nobody actually watching this stream, I'm going to do some catch-up work. And I'll be back to finishing the gnome character off later. I've got a load of pictures to post, and I've got a load of pictures to edit. So I shall be doing that. Hello, I'm currently doing some photo editing, but I will be back to finishing this gnome off later, and I will be back to finishing the character that I'm partway through creating for Hackmaster later when I've got an audience to watch it, and I may have had a bit more caffeine, but I've got some work to catch up on, so I'm going to be working. Right, where is my mouse gone? Right, because I'm getting confused and losing stuff like mice. They're actually attached to computers. Oh, well, I'll be okay. I'll be back later. I'll be properly back later. Right, okay. Right, North Korea's weird navy I'll deal with later. Yeah, I'm still live. I will confirm that I'm still live. Right, okay. Right, so where am I with relation to the rest of the bloody universe? Okay, so let's actually have a look at the uh, 1826. Cut or complete. Paste. Oh. Oh. You stupid bastard. Cancel. Distant. Supposed to be going for a bloody living. Bloody shattered. I need to go and get myself a bloody coffee, don't I? Well, okay. Five. What I basically need to do is need to get some fucking sleep. Trust myself like a fucking nap, I would do. It's worked quite well, hasn't it? Placed out on it left. There's another. Move. Some food. Stop. Some bloody sleep. It wasn't very terrible, was it? And hello, got some people out there. Right. Well, I'm currently posting, well, sort of photo editing pictures of the stream so far, and of that German tank I painted earlier. Just to keep myself awake in the middle of the night, to be perfectly honest. Because despite my best efforts, I am craving sleep. Something chronic. But I'm still here. I'm still awake. I'm still working away. I'm fucking knackered. So what I'm going to do. So where am I? Export. I need to get a bloody image. Tools. Okay, so where is tools? That's what needs to move. This one's export desktop. I'm carrying on plodding away, editing pictures, which I will be posting shortly. Six. Blue. Just bloody washing up. Didn't get it. Ooh. Ooh, I'm so bloody tired. 10. So 10, where's 10? Export desktop. So I've even woken up now, look back. That's 1, 2, 3, 8. Let's close. There's so much fucking nonsense going on. Oh yeah, I'm currently editing photographs for the website, so it's still up. Export. No. Export desktop. Woken up. Yeah, still plodding away. Doing my favourite job in the entire world, which is editing photographs down, because I've taken a few so far, and I'm just going to be posting them. See people dropping in and out, but I'm quite happy to chat. I'm not actually that busy. I just thought take a lull in, advantage of a lull in the action. Just I'm going to use. Okay. It's all over. You destroyed it. You destroyed everything, brother. Oh, I needed bloody sleep. Right, I'm back. Coffee left in that. So let's actually carry on with the photo editing. Oh! I am knackered. Where? Paste. Open. Just God, am I shattered? So it's not tomorrow. I'm going to go to sleep. Shattered. There's tomorrow. There's Wednesday. Okay. Really feeling that and what's the title now? This is the thing. Where are we? Still plodding away with the photo editing. Posting some, scheduling some of this now. Okay, so where are we in relation to the rest of the universe? Let's see. first. That's very cool one. Still plodding away, posting stuff. So where's this day going to be? 8. Fuck off, better AI. Maybe later. That's okay. Where is? It's 12, isn't it? Yeah, just finished scheduling some stuff. Otherwise, still here and ready to get back to painting this. That's had a chance to dry properly. So just hang on a second while Facebook plays away, and we'll get back to that. Oh, Facebook faster. Oh. Right, so where are we? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right, well that's that sorted itself out, and we'll get back to painting. So let's actually see where we are with this. So I think a little bit of wash on the hands and face would be nice. Shading to the face on this guy. Bit extra to that. His belt now, isn't it? Right, so he's got 8. Right, so where are we? What? Where's the pencil gone? Oh, to do with my pencil. Seem to have lost my pencil. Right, so what do I do with this plastic pen? There it is. Right, 11 BP. Right, so it's got 11 BP. It's got 2 BP from, I think, was the one that really did a decent stuff on its listing. It still gives them how many BP? Ps. Use the page back. Range of length, I don't know. Prices too. Right, so natural proficiencies, right, so results just for proficiencies. Short bow. Plodding away. What's making that funny noise? Ah, I'm still fuffing around with a Hackmaster character. It's determining his weapons. Knife, hand axe, short bow. So that's 6. So it's 6. Build points out of his 11. So build points out of his 11. And just what's this? 6 build points out of his. Just got 7 left for skills. Monster roll. It just keeps making that funny noise. Other sense. Sense by 3. Right, okay. That's that for the moment. I shall sort that out later. But that's enough for Packmaster for the minute. So I hadn't realised there was anybody listening. So we're going to do a little bit more painting on this guy. So he done his face. I need to do a little bit on the edge of his cheek, and he's got some buckles, some buttons or something. So what should they be done as? They're going to be done as white. So somewhere around here I've got a very, very decent pointed brush. What I'll just do with that paint I just put down. Let's try this one. Putting a little few dots on there. Just suggesting some eyes. How is that sticking out of there? No idea. Is that something? I don't think that's anything. It's pretty much done now, apart from put my dice away. I'll sort the rest of that out later. I'm just thinking a little bit about this guy and doing some more extra detail because he's basically done. I just need to little teeth. Teeth. Bit more of a wash to pinken up his hair a little bit. for this one, which is I think it's largely done. I need just checking up on things. Just checking up on seeing what's going on in the rest of the universe. Alright, I'm still here, and I was just checking up on what was going on in the rest of the world. Apparently, I'm an uncle again, as of this morning, so that's another thing to celebrate. And I'm just fiddling about with this figure because I decided it wasn't pink enough, so I put a little bit more pink on it, and now I've decided it's too pink, and I'm going to put a little bit more white on the hair. But because it was originally a sort of a rosy flesh tone, and didn't think that was actually the sort of a white dry brushed highlight. Now I can't see anything. I'm just yeah, I think that looks a bit better, a bit pinker, so I've got to think of something else to do. So I'd rather run out of things to do, and it is currently, I've got another 14 odd hours to go, and I've done all my photo editing and taken a few more photos, and I think of something else to paint. I think I could have finished sorting out that Hackmaster character, but to do that I could do with something bit to wake me up a little bit. So I might go off and have a bit of a tea break, make myself some toast and stuff like that, so I can wake up a bit, because I am awake, but I am slipping in and out of being awake, and I would like to stay awake for the rest of the session and crash out at about 7:05 for this evening, which is when this is due to finish. We have painted various bits and pieces and got the dragon to start to get the dragon a bit close to matching this one, which is the original one, which is, as you can see, thoroughly face planted. And I'm now working on this one, which is the new one. And that is the pose it should be in. So where do we go from here? So I've got all the figures done for down I need to do, and I just need to get the tank. With the tank. I need to do the tank. One of the things I need to do when I'm downstairs is I need to sort out the markings for this one. Right, so I'm going to go have a look to see if we've got the markings of the right size for this downstairs, because I can do that this evening. So I will be back in a minute. Imagine I've organised a proper break video, and I will be filling up my coffee cup probably. I think I might be filling up something else with probably this one with Coke. went downstairs and I didn't do the thing I was looking for. That was very clever of me. Right, I will carry on plotting away with this then. So, downstairs to look for. Where are all the right? It's gone. Yep. hopping along and plodding along. Just doing the lights on the tank now. Doing the lights at the front of that now. We might have Mr. Mouse back. Right, so where next? Tank's basically finished. This guy's basically finished. I just need to go downstairs and probably photograph him properly. Possibly very gently. So I'm just plodding along and saying hi to anybody that turns up, however briefly. It's back off here, so we're going to be doing more editing. Continually plodding away at this. Still just plodding away, doing a bit more photo editing. So it's a bit quiet and there's nobody here. Well, there wasn't until you turned up, so now you're gone. Right. Oops, plodding away at the old editing. Those bloody barons will not go sitting there in the tank. fine. So fresh out of 8:30 today. Right. Just a second. Bloody badly up. You're always fucking trying to strain. Oh. What to do? I've had more. Still here. Still editing away at the pictures. Which is the way I spend most of my life at the moment. I'm just going to bed at 7 o'clock. So I'm just absolutely fucking knackered. I'm just so fucking tired. Right, I'm going to get some. I'm going to get my boot laces done. I'm going to take that fucking downstairs to. This is that. I'm just. I'm just completely shattered. Anyway. Right, what I need to do is I need to get some shoes on. Boots sorted out. Right, I am going off to the workshop to take some proper photographs of the gnome I've just finished painting before he goes into the varnishing thing. So I'll take some photographs of him. Let's have some more caffeinated fruit. That's it. Oh, where's it gone? I'm back, taking some pictures, got some more cold caffeine, and I am slowly coming around again. I should just copy these GNOME pictures onto the laptop, and I shall start painting some Baron's War stuff, which has been sitting over there going, why don't you paint me as well? Right. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is that bloody... Go the... Let's see, where are we? Right, okay, so where are we? This is Sweets. Let's create up a dinosaur. So where are we in relationships to whole fucking years? Can I just cut, paste? No, I'm just not going to have to pay anything and buy anything after the 12th every month. Right, so where are we in relation to less than a fucking year there? What have I got? What do I need to do? Needs to, okay. Okay. Yes. It's fucking knacker. That's where are we? I don't understand why that didn't bloody go through. First time, okay. Box. Oh, what's this? Okay, we'll deal with them in a minute. So that needs to come out of there. That needs to go in there. Right, let's get me some bloody bags while stuff painted. Oh. Right, now we're going to get on with some Baron's War. As intended. Hunting for the paint because I need to prime those cupboards. So I want some black primer. Doesn't need to be black primer, but black primer will do quite nicely. Oh. Painting a few bits of Baron's War now. Right glasses on, that's what I'm doing. So tired. Fucking shattered. So now, wow, that's potential. That car, I think that's probably gold. Mm. Shut it. That one might be the one. Hmm. Okay. Plodding away at these Brown's War stuff. So it's brown. Not paying that much attention because I've got looking for colours and things like that, as well as the old trying to stay awake at this time of night. I think this might pay attention. Oh. Brain isn't working properly. Oh, I can't pop that out. Right. Mm. Right. Just fiddling about, checking channel things whilst wake up again. Keep nodding on and off, in and out. I'm still doing things, still cracking away. Shut So let's wake up. Okay. There's more stuff. Where is the junk? That's all gone. What was it? Fucking exhausted. So this is Where's that down? Right, okay. What am I doing? Right, what do I do? A lot of stuff done there. Right, I think I'm going to do some more photos posting. I'll still remember how to do that. So that's actually. Bloody knackered file. So tired. Bed. Do you seriously need to go to bed? Oh, we've done that. Yeah, done this. I don't know what I'm bloody doing about it. Okay. This is sweet. Right, so where are we? Where are we? Get these on the plastic machine. Doing away with the old photo editing. For fuck's sake, stupid bloody thing. Totally exasperates this thing. Right, okay, so what else do I do? Still fiddling about photo editing. Trying to stay awake mostly, because I'm very, very definitely flaggy. Here we go again. So Right, I'm just off downstairs to get a refill of the caffeine and to get this sprayed so I can get on with the next stage. I shall be back momentarily. I have done all of that. See you on. And imagine that I am actually running the nice brake thing that I set up, but it wouldn't allow me to use. Right. Spin down and sprayed the tank and sorted out the German crosses for it. Just about had it here. Ah, we've got people. Right. I was just saying that I'd been down on my little brakelet and I'd sprayed the Hunter 4 and I had sorted out the markings for it for when the varnish has dried in a little bit. However, I am really flagging and I'm probably going to call the stream at any minute now because I can't think to work. I can't see properly because of gritty eyes, and it's been really quiet for quite a bit. I've got loads of stuff that I need to post on for the Facebook page that I did during the AMA, but this is about as much as I can manage at the minute. Would have helped if I'd have actually got a bit more rest yesterday instead of just crashing out because I'd done so much to get ready for the stream. Anyway, folks, I think at he was staring at one of them because I can't even see the clocks on these things. At 4:30, I'm going to call it, and I will be doing a stream for a short one, probably about an hour, for EvilGinger Tuesday, because I'm not going to be in a state to actually record an EvilGinger Tuesday episode this afternoon. I'm just hoping I'm awake in time for the delivery so I can actually get on with some work. As I say, if I hadn't been somewhat sleep deprived from the heat, this wouldn't be a problem today because I'd have been here I would have been with it yesterday and taken the path in, and you'd be seeing me painting Russian gun tractors and Russian and American tanks and stuff. But unfortunately, I wasn't, and I'm not now. So, as I say, I'm going to give myself till past because I've got coffee and I've got Coke. But this stuff isn't cutting it, and it's got sugar in it. And I haven't got sugar for the coffee because I'm properly shopping. So it's all caught up with me. I apologise for the short length of the stream, but I think 9.5 hours isn't too bad, really, for a first really long stream. I used to do 40 minutes ones in the past, as you can look back in the channel's history, but pretty much that's where I am at the moment, almost completely and utterly shattered, and wanting to wake up in time for the potential delivery, because I've not missed a delivery like that in a very long time. In fact, the last one I missed was the delivering it, delivered it 2 days earlier than I thought they were going to somewhere in the local area, and ended up having to get a refund on the thing. It's a load of Milliput. I ordered 10 packs of it for all sorts of projects that I've got on. I had to buy other Milliput from elsewhere. As I say, I've got a photograph of where it was supposed to have ended up, but I've no idea where that was. So, and he did a GPS coordinate, which was somewhere at the bottom of next door's garden or possibly the house across the way in the next street. In any event, said area is absolutely full of brambles, and I spoke to the person that owned the house on my street, and they hadn't seen anything or found anything in that area, and I couldn't get a reply from the other house. And so I'd asked all around the local area because that's what I do. the adjacent houses that people might have left, even though they're not told not to. And it had vanished. So I had to get a refund on that one. Oh. All right. It's been fun. Thank you very much for the subscriptions. And as I say, onwards and upwards. There will be more stuff, more pictures from tonight, more pictures of things I've done, the gnome, the tank, and that sort of thing. So it won't be as if this little night has been wasted. As I say, I can't see to paint properly, and I can't think to photo edit properly, though I've done a load of it, and I've got more on here. So yeah, it's been a nice night, and I've got a lot done, and I had a good chat with some people earlier, and that was a lot of fun. But I really could have done with someone here just feeding me coffee, and it could have done with getting some milk. But I don't really have a place that people can stay over, and I'm rambling now. And I have been rambling quite a lot. So, anyway, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for all the people who have liked the stream, and all the people who have said nice things to me about things, and for the people that came on and had a chat with me. I'm not very good at reading the chat. I need the chat in a pop out, and probably in white rather than black on white on black. But I'm afraid, folks, I am going to call it very shortly because I am half dead, and I've got to be awake probably by midday to receive the delivery I missed yesterday, which turned up at 1 o'clock. I'd set alarms and things for that, but that basically didn't work out because the alarm was still going off when I finally woke up about an hour after the delivery had been made, and I'd set it for 12. In fact, I'm going to set it back again on again now, just make sure it's actually set up. Yeah, it's the alarm set for 12, and hopefully it wakes me up. It does when I don't want it to, but it's one of those things. I'm not as young as I used to be, apparently. Shocking, I know. Anyway, according to the count at the top, you have had 9 hours and 27 minutes of me. So at 9 hours and 27 minutes, I'm declaring myself officially too exhausted to continue. So take care, everybody. Have fun, and I will see you in the next one. There will be an EvilGinger in shorts later, and as I say, there'll be an EvilGinger Tuesday episode tomorrow, and I've got some various other bits and pieces that I need to do, which will require me to record things. But I'm not recording things this afternoon because I'll probably be in no fit state to do so. Anyway, take care, everybody, and goodbye for now. Have fun. I would if I wasn't asleep. Bye.